Gotta love how I forgot to switch it over to me, but we were all talking about her on the starting soon screen. Hi everyone! Dusty says hi too. It looks like I woke her up with my talking. Aw, great. Now she's gonna leave or something. We can switch over to me. And hi everyone. How's everyone doing? Hi Rakia and Cherry. And hi Kappa and Ellie. So great to see you all. And hi Clarinet and Pylite. And Cruel. And hi Dance. Cherry asked, what's the build plan for today? The cool thing about it is Citalune is such a new island, and like, I feel kind of good about the directions of maybe multiple areas, or there's still multiple areas to work on. So we could kind of pick one of the areas might be like this incline thing that I want to get figured out in a fancy way. And then I think it might lead up to some villager homes. So this is one thing we could do, but there's quite a few different little areas to work on. Oh wow! Iris LaBurb. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Wow, what a sweet surprise to start off the stream. I literally just started and came off my starting soon image, and to be greeted with a raid so soon, I really appreciate it. How are y'all doing? How was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. My name's Amy, and I love Animal Crossing, and I love cats and cozy community chats, and I didn't intend that to rhyme or anything. But yeah, we're gonna work on my island, which is all teeny tiny in the corner over there, but I'll make it bigger. And we're also raising money for Pause Your Game today, a continuation of our charity campaign for animal welfare. And we're at $450, which is super exciting and an amazing accomplishment in itself. But wow, wouldn't it be amazing to hit that $500 goal where we'll have that $50 Nintendo eShop gift card giveaway. So that'll be really exciting if we hit that, but there's no pressure. We already did an amazing thing. And thank you so much again, raiders. You had a fun time. Aw, I'm glad. My community, definitely feel free. Let's give a shout out for the lovely raider, and feel free to go and show them some love as well. And since I just started my screen, I'm still sort of saying hi to everybody and getting settled in. Hi, Cruel. And hi, Invisible Man. Thank you for the lurk. I see Cherry redeemed a cat treat. I guess we can go ahead and maybe do that a little while I'm saying hi to folks. Look at Julian. Julian's taking a gander at the new area over there. All right, so let's switch over to the cat cam. Oh my god! Why is she just always this comedy? Like, she rearranged herself to just be like her butt and her tail. She's so funny. Why are you like the best cat, Dusty? Or at least the best cat for stream. You're so silly. Oh, you're excited. She's always excited when I get up. She knows she's gonna get attention or treats or something. She's like, ooh, what's going on? Hi. Hi. You're so cute. Alright, let's get a zoom out angle since you're like at the edge of the bed. There's no other way I can do this. So, how about that? Is it nice and steady? Oh my gosh, she's looking right at me. Got the treat bag. Look at those eyes go. Alright, here you go, Dusty. These are thanks to Cherry. Say thank you, Cherry. Here you go. Enjoy. And hi, Ellie. I'm glad you've been having fun working on your island, Cruel. It's such a mood. And hi, Jules. Hi, Drewby. I hope you all are having a good day, too. And hi, Jeremy and Danny. Cherry's got big Halloween plans for their island. Halloween tattoo. Who says tattoo like tattoo? I do that sometimes. Like I say like raccoon instead of raccoon. I don't know. Those words are weird with the double O's. And hi, Pasta and Kathy. Did Dusty already finish? Oh my god. Dusty wolfed those down. She's like me with some pizza. Now she's in that like post-eating emo stage where she's like, darn it, I wish there were more. Sometimes I'm like that, especially with desserts. Cotton candy hair. Oh, thank you, Kappa. And hi, Raiders. Hi, Jojo. And Kathy. Oh, and hey, Winter. Everyone send like the most gentle healing vibes over to Winter. Winter's pretty sure she has COVID and is pretty sick, so we really want Winter to make a quick, full, healthy recovery. And hi, Pasta. Your daughter, Maddie, says you're a beautiful princess. Oh, thank you. I'm doing my silly thing where I like try to match my island again. I've noticed that Citalune has a fair amount of like pink accents, which I've tried to play up with some of these pink star clocks and nova lights and like azalea bushes. So I feel like it's kind of like turning out to be a pink and white island, and maybe the sunset helps enhance that a little bit. I don't know, I like the vibes. So I thought maybe pink hair would match. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the compliments on the wig. And hi, Shy. Oh, you think I look good in every hair color? I bet you all look good in every hair color too. I think it's easy for a lot of people to pull off a bunch of different colors. And hey, Lee. You're thinking of having Julian on your island, Danny? Yeah, I do like Julian a lot. I'm not a big fan of his clothes though. I don't really like that like hoodie he wears. It's very like non-fantasy. Like if you want to have Julian for his fantasy vibes, being a unicorn, and then he walks around with that like kind of hipster Urban Outfitters circa 2000s galaxy print sweater, like I'm just not here for it. He needs something better, but I'm a little lazy about villager gifts, I have to admit. I guess, I don't know, I'm a bad neighbor. I don't like doing the villager gift grind. I don't know about you all, but it's just not my thing. It's not my thing being nice. I don't like giving them things. And hi, Robin. So glad you came into Dusty Butt. Oh my gosh. I love how that might be like a thumbnail for someone viewing their Twitch dashboard or something. Like just like a cat's butt. I wonder if shenanigans like that happen sometimes when the cat cam is like the preview image for the thumbnail or whatever. Oh, thank you, Jeremy. You're so sweet. Yeah, and I see someone pulled up the command for the dodo code. I had this dodo code open yesterday too. It's basically the island where I did like this certain build and I really like went all out with gathering items for that build, and so that dodo code is still open if you want to come and raid. It has like lots of materials, flowers, it's got lots of different items like stone hinges and statues and fun stuff like that. So it's !dodo if you'd like to do that. Oh, Pasta! Thank you! Thank you so much for gifting a sub, Pasta! That's so kind of you. Thank you for your generosity and sharing that love with someone else in the community. I hope you enjoy the emotes and Welcome on into the Force fam. I'm a little behind in chat, so I can't see who it went to quite yet. Oh, you like my tapestry, Ellie? Yeah, I think it works really well with the new overlays, and I've always really liked that artist's work. She does like a lot of fantasy art. If you want to check her out, I have a command that goes to her art and whatnot. Oh, thank you, Robin. I appreciate it. How are you all today? What was your first Animal Crossing game? My first Animal Crossing game was the GameCube version when I was a little kid. I do have fond memories of playing it with my dad back then, and it was just sort of like a GameCube game for my GameCube, my family purple GameCube, and it set the stage for me to like it enough to get the sequels, but I think I've gotten even more into Animal Crossing like post-school as just like a creative outlet and an escape from the mundanity of life, so it's a little ironic. I think I'm even more into it now than I was as a little kid playing the GameCube version, but you know, life takes you in strange directions. On your main island, Julian always wears a black cardigan. Oh. Yeah, I've gifted villagers clothes before, and they don't always, like, wear them. Like, sometimes I gift them things, and then they just wear their OG clothes. I think the OG clothes are always an option. They can never be cycled out. So sometimes if you're really picky about the clothes that they wear, you almost have to, like, take in those OG clothes into account. Like, in who you pick your villagers to be, because if you don't like those OG clothes, they're gonna keep wearing them over and over. They'll sometimes wear the stuff you give them. Oh wow, look at Dusty. She's such a like majestic creature right now. Like, oh my gosh, she's like a sphinx. She's taking up my whole bed. What the heck? I'm gonna try to like go to sleep later and Dusty's just gonna be sitting like that. Why is she so funny? Oh, you hate Julian's galaxy outfit too, Cherry. Oh, and hi, Roni. It's great to see you, Roni. How are you today? Oh, I love your face too, Pasta. And I love your islands and love your sweet presence and friendliness here in the Force fam. Oh, thank you, Pasta. The emotes are adorable. Leaf is my favorite. Oh, you like the emotes? Thank you, Danny. A little update on the emotes situation. I did email my emotes artist, Arcade Panda, about maybe some more, and he there was a bit of a delay in the interaction because I think he is busy like with work stuff and whatnot, but I think he'll be available to do some alterations to emotes, like maybe some Halloween and Christmas ones. Think Melba in a Santa hat or a witch hat or things like that, and maybe we can finally get that Dusty emote, or I'll try to like do a sort of makeshift one off screen, maybe just make one out of a photo of her, but we can also get a professional one from Arcade Panda. Oh, and hi, Ginger. You think that it looks a lot more clear? Oh, interesting. No, I actually didn't. It's still the same Logitech camera. I like my Logitech webcams. It's good to see you, Ginger. How are you? Have you had a good week so far? The Stardew music is making you want to play. Rakia, no, you have to play Animal Crossing. You have to work on your tropical island, Rakia. You have homework to do. Oh, you're sensing a month-long Stardew obsession coming. Does Stardew have the same sort of like does Stardew have the same life cycle as Animal Crossing, where like everybody gets really into it for a little while and then they get tired of it and then they get obsessed with it again and then they get tired of it? Does it have that same cycle that Stardew does? So I thought I'd switch over here to the big screen, and I guess this is what I was thinking with this area, is that I want it to be like a moon-shaped mosaic, which hasn't been actually pixeled yet. But I think it'll take up about 12 slots, and I'll try to make it look like a somewhat of a crescent moon right here. And then I gotta figure out how to frame the crescent moon, which if it's gonna be a crescent moon, it should be a little celestial, hence those lights. But maybe it should also like kind of flow with all the greenery I have. So I was thinking of like the cypress and the bushes too. But I don't know, we can try different things here. And then up here I want to do like a villager house residential area kind of on either side, so that when you walk into the gate, you have a nice long entrance, but then you immediately feel like you're in the town and you're in the city and you're seeing some of the villagers. So that's kind of my plans here for this area. Oh, and Kappa, what's your video game song request, friend? See that you redeemed that. Got my Coke Zero. Harriet's music? You want the Shampoodle theme? It is a jam, not gonna lie. Alright, let's boot this up. I'm not really mad that Harriet isn't in New Horizons, but I do have to admit I missed the song. The song's a bit of a bop. Can y'all hear the audio okay? Pretty good level. Oh, thank you, Ronnie. I'm feeling alright right now. How about you? Can't tell if Dusty is sleepy or quietly throwing a tantrum, as cats do when there are no treats. I feel like she's like awake right now and she doesn't know what to do. I've always kind of wondered if it's boring to be a cat, like do cats get bored? Because she was sleeping earlier and yeah, so she's got all her sleeps in, I think. She was sleeping earlier. And now what do cats do when they're awake, but then there's nothing really for them to do? Like, do they just sit there and vibe? I don't know. I feel like they can get bored sometimes. Oh, and hi, Newfie. How are you? Good to see you. Digby in a Jack's robe? Ooh, that's a good idea. Yeah, if y'all have any ideas, I'm gonna jot them down, because I try my best to come up with emotes ideas, but sometimes little things miss me. Like, I remember Mercy suggested that for the green heart emote, that's like a heart leaf, maybe it could be like a red or orange leaf for fall. Like, that would be a good idea. Oh, you might be getting Stardew for Christmas or your birthday, Cherry. That's exciting. I'm sure you'll like it based on the huge crossover with Animal Crossing and Stardew. I've heard it's a really good game. Has some good music. Leaf with little bats instead of the joy. Oh dang, Kappa. Okay, I think Kappa might be my my emotes consultant. Kappa's really good at this. Some people have that gift of thinking of good emotes, man. Oh, you get burnt out of Animal Crossing sometimes, Cherry? It seems like you always have such joy for it to me, but you're right, it's good to have a side game for when you get burnt out and stuff. Oh, and hi, Jess! Welcome in! Hope you're doing well today, Jess. Happy Tuesday? I had to think for a second there. I was like, is it Monday? Is it Tuesday? I know you said you wanted to do an area with lots of streetlights. Will the villager area be that? Ah, that would be a good idea. Yeah, that could be a way that I could work in lots of streetlights. I have to say though, I plan on setting the dream address to around 6 a.m. And I noticed that the lights aren't on at 6 a.m., so I don't know if that should affect the way I lay out my town. I guess the street lights look nice even when the lights are off, maybe. But, yeah, what do y'all think about that? Street lights, can they still vibe even if the lights are off? Do you have to set it to a time when they'll be on if you're gonna have them around? I'm gonna get some more cypress. To be honest, I kind of forgot why I came in here. Like, genuinely for real this time. I know sometimes I remember like a second later, but I mean, this time I really did straight up forget. So I'm just gonna guess what I might need, you know? Take a little scroll. Probably some of those turkey stands. Your cat does laps down the hallway when she's bored. Oh, that's cute. Dusty will just sometimes like start nosing around in different areas. Like, I had my closet a little open earlier. In fact, I think my closet is still a little open. Do you see it back there? Like, so Dusty, of course, had to go like nosing in my closet, and I don't know, sometimes she just like picks an area to be very like interested in, and she starts exploring. Dusty's like a little explorer. So, explorer? I think I was thinking of like Dora the Explorer, and so I said explorer. Like a combination of the two. You like the name Pause Your Game for the charity fundraising? Yeah, it's kind of a pun because it's based around like gaming communities and streaming communities and stuff. It's a nice way to like tie in the animal welfare with like the gaming community. Oh, you want to marry the cute goth girl in Stardew, Cherry? I don't know all the Stardew characters. I know there's like a character named Haley, and I think that's about it. I've like seen a lot about Haley online in Stardew, and I wonder if she's like particularly infamous, if she's like a lover or hater character. I don't know. I don't know why I see so much stuff about Haley everywhere. Abigail was your first Stardew spouse? Oh, Abigail, is she the goth girl? You get burnout after big builds sometimes, Cherry? Yeah, if anything, maybe sometimes I don't get burned out at Animal Crossing or building, but sometimes it can be a lot of work just gathering this stuff. I saw someone on Twitter recently, I think it was Crossing Colleen, they posted that they're ready for the Animal Crossing Decorators version where, you know, you don't have to like work to obtain things can just spawn, like a Happy Home Designer but for New Horizons. Like a Harvey's Island but for outdoor decorating and that sort of thing. Wait, how is this gonna be symmetrical? Oh, I see, the terraforming isn't symmetrical. Alright. But do y'all like this so far? Do you think it's just not really hitting the spot? Feel free to be like brutally honest. I don't know, I want this to be a nice little area where you like walk up the incline and see all these different layers of cliffs. There's like a crescent moon mosaic right here and it's framed in a lovely way, and I just don't really know what's gonna hit the spot, so feel free to give me feedback. But I figure I should finish setting this up before I like write it off. Oh, Pasta redeemed the wide-angle photos? I think that's the first time. Oh, that'll be nice. Let me know, we might have a little less pressure, like time pressure to do it off stream. So feel free to, you know, stay in contact with me off stream, but if you want to do it on stream and kind of make it like a wide-angle tour where I take some photos as I wander around your island, and we could do like a wide-angle island tour, I mean, I can do that too. Or both. Just let me know what you're open to. Kind of exciting. I've never gotten that channel points redemption before. Oh, did Dusty leave? Oh, these are my tears of sadness. Dusty, come back. Her leaving my room. Oh, I guess I was gonna show you all. I forget that I have to hit a button to like switch the camera. I just think it can read my mind, but whatever. Yeah, Dusty's leaving right now. Look at her go! She's leaving. But yeah, don't judge my messy room, y'all. I'm a pretty messy person. I blame my ADHD. But yeah, Dusty left us. I predict she's going to the bathtub. Melba with a hockey mask? Ooh, okay. Gotta take these little breaks to jot down these ideas of gold here. Rover with gers instead of ha-has, like boo or something, like Rover saying boo. But that would change the meaning of the emote. But that would be a way to Halloweenify the Rover emote. Oh, and hi Simi, good morning. I hope you're having a great day so far, Simi. How are you? I guess I need some star clocks. We'll continue to test this idea out. Your first Stardew spouse was Leah? Oh, I haven't heard of her. I wish terraforming wasn't so time-consuming. It's the main cause of burnout. I actually like the mindlessness of bulk terraforming sometimes. Sometimes I don't really take great joy out of streaming it though, because I figure it's not the most interesting thing, so... I like to multitask with it though, like while doing something else. Oh no, this one's purple. Alright, well, I'll have to change these to pink. Whenever you want to, however you want to. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm open to whatever too. If you do want to do an island tour out of it, that might be a cute stream. I know your island's really, really lovely pasta. If you want to show it off with the wide-angle lens, feel free, but I'll let you do it off stream if you want, or we can do both. Yeah, that's true, Simi. I was kind of waiting on you. If you want to do it off stream, feel free to message me, or you can do the same thing as pasta, where we could do it like on stream as like an island tour. It's up to you. I did forget that you redeemed that though. That's true. Simi was actually the first redeemer of the wide-angle photos. Dusty shall be back, hopefully, or maybe Pumpkin will take over. Oh, sweet Pumpkin. Pumpkin's such a sweet old lady. I wonder... Pumpkin's like going to my bed less and less lately. I think just because she's old and hopping up on the bed can be hard, but I love her so much. Rover with a vampire costume? Oh, that's a good idea. That way maybe he's doing an evil laugh. Yeah, like he's doing an evil ha ha ha. Oh, I'm sorry to hear you've been feeling run down, Simi. Good on you for taking it easy and listening to your body and your mental health. And I hope you feel better soon. I'm doing alright. I'm feeling happy to be working on Citalune lately. I feel like there's a lot of nice areas I'm happy to work on in Citalune, and it's nice to kind of get back into trying to stream more regularly and stuff. I know I wasn't good about it last week, so it's been nice. I'm really hot though. These darn wigs, they can make it like really, really steamy in here. I think it'll come together in a really lovely way. Maybe use a few teenager pine trees to add something organic to the symmetry. Yeah, that's true. I wonder if I'm going to ham on these like turkey garden stands. Something tells me that's not the most like organic way to go about something, but I guess what I was going for was the idea of like mirroring the crescent moon, like just trying to keep that pattern going. So I guess that's what I was going for, but I don't know if it really looks all that good, so I might have to try something else. You can make it so Marshall hugs a pumpkin. Oh, that's cute. That one's so rare though. I guess I can use the Marshall hugs a pumpkin. It's still a work in progress, but an on-stream tour could be super cute. Oh yeah, feel free to let me know if you have like a dream address or a dodo setup or whatever. And we can tour like the finished parts. Think you need a desk fan? Well, this is my beverage. It is nice and cool. You'll wait until your island's finished? Oh yeah. I was giving you that option in case you wanted to wait until it was finished. Or we'll get the first Dora appearance. I think Dora just Dora and Dusty don't like each other. There's the T there. So she doesn't really go in Dusty's territory much. And I think it's fair to say that my room is kind of Dusty's territory. Cats can be kind of like territorial. Oh, Oscar, what's your song request? I would say that we've gotten our money's worth out of Shampoodle. It's actually about to wrap up right now. Wow, your timing's perfect. Because it's like a 15-minute song. Glad you're finding the joy in it again. It usually comes back in good time. Yeah, I don't think I ever really like totally lost joy in streaming or Animal Crossing in itself when I took my break, but it's just the combination of keeping up with life stuff and stream stuff at the same time. And things like that. Like it can be a hard balance to be consistent with both and make sure you're doing all the adulting things you need to do on top of it, but yeah. I know you all are really understanding about that stuff though. Oh, sure, pasta. That sounds lovely. I can't wait. It's a date. Cat tea, why don't they like each other? I think it's because they're both such strong women. They're both such strong personalities. And apparently women tend to be, like girl cats, they tend to be more territorial than even male cats are. Like, if you think about a pride of lions, isn't it usually like the female lion that's kind of like, I don't know, the matriarch? I don't know, maybe I'm probably a cat behaviorologist would maybe be yelling at me right now, but they're both like pretty territorial about their own areas, and they have strong personalities, so they just clash, you know? I really hate my pocket space. I guess I'm gonna try to organize this a little, darn it. So bubblegum KK. Sounds like you all want the jaunty playlist. These are both like on my jaunty playlist. Ah, I saw a bubblegum KK remix. I wonder what that's about. We'll play the air check though. That's what you requested. It's a date. Yeah, isn't that kind of what, like, boomers and moms say to each other? It's a date. You're gonna be lurking while printing a recipe book for your husband to use while you're recovering from surgery, since you're the main cook in the house. Oh, I hope that goes all right, and good luck again with your surgery, Shy. And And good luck with the around the house shenanigans and stuff too, because I know and I hope your husband takes good care of you, food included. And enjoy your lurk. Just trying to figure out like what's going on in my pockets. Yeah, I am getting like really hot. I might have to like get up and get some ice cubes or ice water or something. I wonder why some days are worse than others. Like I wonder what the temperature is right now. Maybe some wigs are like hotter than others. It's like 73 degrees outside. What the heck? That's not that hot. Not for where I'm at. Where I'm at, that's a nice autumn day. And hi, Senna. I hope your evening's going good too. So great to see you, Senna. What have you been up to today? All right, got some. I actually don't know what I got. I got something. I got these floating biotop planters. Let's get some more star clocks. I feel like I don't have enough of those. Oh yeah, and feel free to enjoy the dodo, Kathy. That island's still open with like all the goodies from my mountain builds. Oh, thank you, Jess. I'm sure I will if it becomes necessary. Or maybe I'll just... the problem with taking sips on stream is it does create like a little silent spot while you're taking the sips, but I guess it's necessary sometime. I guess I could try to chug this to cool myself down. Started a new book today and it may have distracted me a bit from doing other things. Oh, a book distraction's not bad though. You can still consider that productive. That sounds nice. Gosh, why can I not hold anything in my pockets at all? This sucks. Who would have thought that our pocket space would just be so inefficient, like with 40 slots, more than any other Animal Crossing game? I feel like everything in my pockets is stuff that I need. So no one needs to waste their acorns on organize your pockets, because basically it's just like I feel like I need everything in them, but I don't have room for more stuff. I might have a few too many cypress plants though, if we're being fair. I might have too many of those. You're gonna pick through what I have? Oh yeah, enjoy, Danny. I see cats coming over. Or Kathy is what I call them, but their character in Animal Crossing is Cat. Not me thinking of what I'll do with my island when winter comes. You're already thinking ahead. It's definitely a thing in the Animal Crossing community. There's just like this hustle to create cute seasonal things. Like right now, I think everyone's still in autumnal mode and you'll see like lots of autumnal builds and things. Oh, Doremi! Thank you so much for gifting a sub out into the community. Oh, thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the love and gifting a sub to someone else watching here. Blue Fox, I hope you enjoy the emotes and welcome on into the Force fam. Hope you enjoy your time here and gift sub. Thanks to Doremi. Oh, thank you so much and thanks for the hype and love. But yeah, that like seasonal hustle that we're talking about. I don't really participate, but it's definitely something to keep in mind if you like have an Animal Crossing Instagram or Animal Crossing Twitter or whatever. There's this need and this climate, I'm trying to think of the right word, demand. Yeah, there's like a demand for like having seasonal builds and things, and I don't usually do it. Because I know how long it takes for me to just do anything, and I know by the time like I start something, it's not going to be done by the time the season's over, so Oh, Fox, mini acorn gang today, huh? It's good to see you, Fox. How are you? Everyone trying to get spooky for Halloween? Yeah, except for me. I might do a few like autumnal themed builds for standalone builds. I do want to like prepare the next standalone build. It takes me some time to do that though. The build that I want to do for my next standalone build, just to give you all like a little sneak peek of it, I want it to be inspired a little bit about New York City, like fallen in decay. Like if basically, gosh, this is gonna sound dark. If you know, the human race didn't go well or whatever, what would New York or something turn into, like overgrown with nature or whatever? And I want to do it specifically during autumn. So it's like gonna have autumn trees everywhere and like maybe like the red and the brown. What are those plants called? Anthurium plants. Yeah, I visualize a lot of the red and brown anthurium plants. And it's kind of inspired by Joanna Newsom's song called Sapo Conican or whatever. Gosh, I don't really know how to say that song, but it's a really cool song about the history of like New York over time and how the meat packing district was once so many different things, like standing in that place of New York today, and it was so many things like throughout history, and so many things happen there, and right now it's a city, but what would, you know, generations and generations later, like what would it look like then? It's just like a commentary on the sands of time and just how much a single place in the world can change over time. And I think it would be really cool to do like some sort of tumbled, ruined city, like an autumn, like overtaken by nature. But I'll have to do some prep and some brainstorming, as all of those standalone builds do. Oh, you like revamping your island specifically with the seasons, Cherry? I guess I don't too much because I'm usually too busy just trying to finish an island, but if I only had one island, I would probably revamp it for the seasons. Alright, let's take some of these star clocks and customize them to pink. I don't really think I'm liking that area though. I wanted to like complete it and give it a shot, but I think I'm gonna have to come up with something else. I don't know if I'm really liking it. I'm making you organize your pockets, Cherry? How so? Heard you talking about girl cats, and at least from my mom's and sister's cats, can confirm it's a territorial thing. My mom's cat, Twix, got really growly when she was temporarily taking care of a second female cat, and my sister's cat, Cleopatra, hisses at their boy cat if he ever sneaks outside and smells like not home. Yeah, they can definitely be like territorial like that, but it's interesting because all cats have different personalities, so it seems like some cats like care about it more than others. Some cats are really chill. I mean, it's a really broad spectrum of cat behavior and normalcy, but Dora and Dusty, they both like take the territory thing seriously, so they clash. And then Mr. Mittens is all like, hey, I'm gonna stay out of this. And Pumpkin, I feel like everyone kind of leaves Pumpkin alone because she's like she's the oldest, so she almost has like seniority, or at least I like to think that's why. Hey Dusty, Dusty's at my feet right now. Hi cutie. Why don't you get back on the bed, sweetie? Get some Dusty pets. Yeah, I think that's enough bubblegum KK. We can go back to my OG playlist, but thank you for that suggestion, Oscar. Yeah, feel free to check out the dodo. Enjoy Cruel. Oh, you love my island so far? Thank you so much, Dark Rix. I appreciate it. I might have to time travel pretty soon. I don't know if this is really my favorite view of this island. Ironically, I mean, when it gets dark, everything just becomes like super low visibility. If I could somehow like turn an enhancement on the visibility while still having the night sky, I would like it better. Like night goggles for your Animal Crossing town, but ironically, I prefer this island like in the early morning or sunset. Not really when it's nighttime. You should host a Halloween costume contest. Oh yeah, I think I probably will. I did that last year, and it would be nice to bring it back. I'll have to set up a runway and try to design a nice runway off stream, or maybe we could design the runway on stream. Dusty, what the heck are you doing? Dusty is like with us right now. She's actually closer to the action than she normally is. You want to see her? She's like right next to me. Oh, is she leaving though? Yeah, I guess she left. I'll switch it back to me. She's so cute. I love her little antics. She's like, oh, she's back on the bed. She's like, is anyone gonna give me more treats? Why is she so funny? She's just a happy girl over there. Like, hey, look at me. Oh, and hi, Serenity. Thank you. I hope you're having a good evening, too. What else should we try right here? Well, maybe I'll, go ahead and restart to the time of day I like it better. And then we'll get a fresh new lens. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I think you should wait to get it until you've completed, move on to another project, and come back to it. Oh, are you talking about like the little moon thing that I'm doing right now? Oh, okay. So you think I should like move on to another project and come back to it? Oh, that's a nice suggestion. I think the problem is I want to get it figured out so that I can do what's going to be above the cliff. So I might just have to muscle through and figure something out here. You like your island best around 6 p.m.? Yeah, it just starts to get a little too dark around 7 p.m. for me, I think. It's Dusty's world and we're just living in it. I'm gonna save that as a quote. That's funny. Dusty back on her throne. She's so cute. I love that little paw like at the edge of the bed. She's so adorable. I think she does expect things sometimes during stream. There's like been all the hugs lately, like from the charity campaign, and now like the treat redemption. I think she like expects things when I'm live. Oh, thank you for the advice, Pasta. Ooh, nice. Senna snagged the giant acorn. Senna all ready for the Acorn Festival coming up. I think that's like in October. I think that's the sort of fall festival in Wild World coming up. Alright, I guess I can switch it back to me. Maybe I can switch to Dusty whenever I'm about to chug a Coke. Oh, and I see, I think we're at 450 still. Can't believe that we have that total. Second giant acorn in a row. Dang. You're just taking all the luck. Dusty said this is my Twitch channel now. She's still there. Even when I cut the camera away from Dusty, she's just still in our presence. I love that so much. She's so adorable. Oh yeah, see, at this time of day, I think it looks a little better, don't you all? I mean, you can see how it might have potential. I really think Jeremy had a nice tip, though, about maybe it needs more organic touches. Like, it's got too many items. Like, if I could somehow work some trees or work some more natural things into it, I think it would look better. But it doesn't really look all that bad right now. And there are some cool angles, like when you stand down here and you pan up and you see, like, all those stars kind of framing the whole thing. I mean, it can create some cool effects, I guess. Oh, nice. Kappa got a giant acorn too. Oh, and Oscar, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. We can get a sticker now for that $5 donation from Oscar. Can we get some hype and love in honor of that? Try to get a nice big sticker. Oh, how about a Jacob's Ladder? That's one of my favorite flowers in Animal Crossing. And hopefully it'll be visible. Oh, oh my god, I just like knocked a million things over. If you heard a thump. Right there. Do you approve, Dusty? What do you think? She's cracking me up. I think the thing with Dusty is she must just be like not tired right now, so she just doesn't know what to do other than just pay attention to me and what I'm doing. So I feel like that's kind of like what's going on with Dusty. Poor thing, she's bored. I have to admit, that's one part of being a cat I don't know if I could handle, is just kind of feeling bored. Oh, Senna, thank you for the mod, love. Oh, I'm sure my mods thank you, and I thank you too for hyping up and showing some love to the amazing mods for this channel. I still really love this area, and I'm pretty happy with how it came out. I guess there is one thing to keep in mind that I could work on too, is I experimented with having 2 Valiant statues on either side of the bell, and if that would look better than I guess what I had before, which is on the right. So if I decide that I like the left side better, then I can transfer it over to the right side and make it nice and symmetrical again. Which one do you like better? Do you like the one on the left or the one on the right? Oh, isn't a Jacob's Ladder a lily of the valley? It is. I'm just like too Animal Crossing grandma, what can I say? Well, I'm glad you like the sticker. Thank you again for the donation. Oh, you had a nice visit to Twillet, Kathy. What did you all get? Those of you that like came over to Twillet or my hacked island, what did you grab while you were there? Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like the Rivermouth area. Me too. It's probably one of my favorite spots to take pictures on right now. I've taken like 2 go live tweets in the same spot in a row. It has a really great capability, like when you stand right here, and I like when you pan up too. And I think it helps create a visual for me of like what these pathways on the bottom of the town can look like. Like presumably I can have some sort of fancy garden over here to lead up to the town hall. I mean, I think it'll be maybe hopefully a cool aspect to my town that there will be these like castle walls on the outside that you can sort of pan up and see things like as you're walking along the path outside the castle. That's kind of what I'm going for anyways. And then this is the way into the main island. Yeah, I guess my pockets are... I think it's just time for an emptying. Sometimes I find it easier to just like empty them all and start afresh. You like the Valiant statues facing different directions? Oh, thank you, Cinna. That is totally a move to be made with the Valiant statues. You can have them face forward, backwards, to either side, and play with things with symmetry. You see it a lot in like Elegant Core Islands. Oh, you all like the left? Oh, thank you. Maybe I can make that official. Although I'm kind of invested in the current area I'm working on. But yeah, I'll try to make that official later and change it to how it is on the left side. Is it okay to make multiple trips? Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think it's like a total party over there or anything. I don't think people are like fighting for the items. Not the most hopping treasure island in Animal Crossing or anything. You took some iron. Picked up some bait, butterfly models, and some things to go around the museum. Oh, that sounds nice. Hi, Hammy. Oh, I hope you're doing good too. How's your week been so far, Hammy? And hi, Invisible Man. Oh, I thought you were lurking, Invisible Man. All right, let's organize these things here at the top. I'm trying to be organized, and let's think about things that could work in that area that has like the crescent moon mosaic that I want to do. I guess if I want to really allude to the crescent moon even more, I could do a crescent moon chair. But that might almost take away from the crescent moon that'll be on the ground, but maybe it's something to think about. I could also try more of like the astrology items. I just can't get behind the Cancer table though. I don't really like the Cancer table. Like, it just looks like a crab. I don't like crabs. I like the Capricorn ornament though. My own sign representing here with one of the best zodiac furnitures in the game. So cool. I like the Gemini closet too, but that's more of an interiors item. I'd be really interested to see if anyone like worked this in outside in a satisfactory way, because I just don't think it has that capability. Oh my gosh, should we get a little shot of Dusty here, taking a bath so luxuriously? Oh, stop taking a bath as soon as I cut over to you. I see how it is. What are you looking at? Gonna freak me out, like looking at random things. She looks very cozy. You cleared all your beaches, Simi, of flower storage. Now you're gonna finish your beaches? Oh, congratulations. That's a really big step. I have yet to decorate an Animal Crossing beach. I'm not proud of it. Why can't I ever get the frozen trees to look nice? I think the frozen trees are tricky because they're kind of like... they've got that base at the bottom that makes it hard to work with, and it's a very square base. And so if you want to try to use it like as a fake tree or some sort of statue tree somewhere, you have to like work the base of it into the equation, and it can be a little weird. I think it might look good as like a forced perspective object where you're not seeing the base as much, like try to force a certain angle for looking at it, if you know what I'm saying, or like hide the bottom of it. Took some star fragments, some bamboo shoots, wood. Aw, that sounds good. You like the Libra scales? Libra? How do you say that word? Is it Libra or Libra or... How do you say things? Looks like the Cancer table would be great for a crab rave-themed island. Yeah, can't you put like a crab on top of the crab table? Actually, I think one of my friends in New Leaf did that. She like... There was this crab clock. Do any of you from New Leaf from yesteryear, do you remember like the fishing set from like the fishing tourneys and how there was like this crab clock and then you can put it on top of the Cancer table? It was a bit of a look. Oh, you're welcome, Jess. Yeah, I'm happy to help. Maybe one day I'll finish an official treasure island. I would really like to. I think that would be... I don't know. I think that would be really nice to have like an official Force Fam treasure island, but it's time consuming and I guess I got a lot of projects. It's probably one of the biggest things I struggle with just in general is like with a big to-do, what do I spend time on? And sometimes it always feels like the things that are most imminent are like preparing projects to work on for streams, so other stuff gets like shunted to the wayside. Like making alerts and things like that. I'm like, oh, the current alerts can be fine for a bit longer, and that's how things like get put off. I do think the tree adds something. Adds a nice fullness to the scene. It feels organic. So I might be a fan of that. And I tried putting street lights over here once and I felt like it looked kind of weird because the street lights are almost too tall and you can really see them like from the gate, and I thought it looked kind of weird. Libra is how you say it. Oh, thanks for the feedback. Are you a Libra pasta? You say Libra too? Okay. Well, why is it with an I then? Whatever. Because it kind of looks like Libra is how you would say it. The way it's spelled. And hi Kelly, how are you doing? Good to see you. Did you start your new island yet? Like from your new Switch? Kelly got a brand new Animal Crossing Switch recently. From yesteryear, the ancient game that is New Leaf. Yeah, it actually technically wasn't that long. But it kind of feels like anything pre-pandemic was just forever ago. But yeah, I played New Leaf pretty much until the buzzer, until New Horizons came out. I was really like on a mission to finish a lot of different islands for New Leaf, like in the lead up to New Horizons, and I didn't really end up finishing any of them, so it bums me out that I even had that as a goal. But whatever, can't go back. Pin 15. Ooh, well I won't bother you with what that is, but I hope you have a nice time watching that with your dad. And thank you for the alert, Kelly, I appreciate it. Dig the Stardew music and cozy vibes. Oh, thank you, Haley. Yeah, Stardew has a really nice soundtrack. Do you all have like a favorite song from Stardew? I think one of my favorite like has a title about a jellyfish or something. I could be making that up. I haven't actually played Stardew before. but I feel like that's my favorite song, if I'm correct in what I'm thinking of. So you're barely a Libra, Scorpio cusp. Yep, and NASA would tell you that there's a whole new sign now because the stars have shifted over the years. And everyone's just like, no, not buying it. I'm still the sign I grew up reading magazine clippings on. Oh man, I'd say that being like on the internet has helped introduce me more to, I guess, what people think about astrology. I used to be so confused about it when I was younger. I really had no idea what was going on with it. I would just see these like I had 17 magazine when I was younger. There would always be this like little section at the end that was like a horoscope, and I would be like, what is going on? I don't know. Like, my parents didn't teach me about astrology. So it was always a source of confusion for me growing up, and then I became like an internet citizen and read all the memes about it. Alright, let's do the upright locker. I'm kind of liking this, actually. I like the upright locker effect of just sort of seeing them all in a row right there. I think it helps add to like the grandness of the pan up, maybe a little. A tree might add to the grandness even more, like having a tree nearby, because trees are super tall as well. You're a Taurus, so you and T-Bone would be best buds. You remember like the T-Bone shenanigans? Maybe we should go say hi to T-Bone. See how he's doing. Lord knows I neglect my villagers and don't talk to them enough. Don't give them gifts enough. Oh, and hi, Kawaii Cammy. Do you want me to call you Cammy? Or the first part? Welcome in. I hope you're having a good evening. Think you'd really enjoy Stardew. There's so much to do and so much customization. Yeah, I've heard that there's quite a few tasks to do. There's like fishing and mining. I think another one of my favorite songs is the mining song. I'm familiar with the soundtrack, as you can tell, because I like using it for cozy playlists and stuff. And I know you can farm, of course, and customize the outside of your farm, which sometimes there's some cool hacks and mods that people do, like when they play Stardew Valley on the PC rather than the Switch. But yeah, I think it's kind of on my life to-do list to play Stardew at some point, but I'm pretty caught up in like Animal Crossing decoration and creativity right now. Oh, look, it's Gulliver. I'm just gonna leave him here. And I'm gonna get my pipe because I'm tired of like walking a long way. I gotta remember to set up my pipe wherever I'm working. Night of the Moonlit Jellies. Yeah, that's it. That's one of my favorites. That's such a good song. What's your sign? Oh, I'm Capricorn. I don't really believe in astrology though. Oh no, I didn't mean to go in the pipe. Damn it. I'm a Scorpio, so I've been organizing a scorpion army on my island. I think that's one of the best items to put on top of the Cancer table. Just put the Scorpio lamp on top of the Cancer table. Either that or the Libra scale. Those are both like kind of the items that can go on top of tables. But yeah, my issue is I only like certain of the astrology items. I don't really like all of them. So I guess I could just like represent Capricorn everywhere, but another one I really love. I love the harp. Virgo. Yeah, the Virgo harp. That's one of my favorites. I might even like it more than the Capricorn ornament Because the Capricorn ornament's kind of hard to use sometimes. It's like this low but like long item. I have trouble figuring out where to use that. But we know my love of harps. I can just throw a harp anywhere and it adds something. You can call me Cammy. Oh, thank you. Thanks for confirming. I hope you're having a good evening, Cammy. Damn, effing chat. I do not have anything to eat and move trees around with. I might have to time travel. This is so unfortunate. Why can't Nooks be open at 6 a.m. at my aesthetic hour? Alright, let's time travel. Maybe we can go to sunset. That way it won't be this problem anymore, but I want to set my dream address to around 6 a.m. Yeah, we'll set it to early 4 p.m. Every time you run by the river mouth, you pan up. Oh. Yeah. It's hard to resist. I do that sometimes in Bywater too. I still really love my island Bywater. I haven't been good about working on my Bywater paths. What I have left to do in my Bywater paths is really minimal, but also really tedious. So it's really hard to just buckle up and do it, but I kind of hope I can finish my Bywater paths tomorrow. Because I'm really that close. All I've got to do is little fiddly stuff. And hopefully I'll feel nice enough tomorrow to do that. I'm just gonna leave him here. Yeah. Poor Gulliver. You like the astrology set a lot more now that they're all one theme. In New Leaf, they were all different colors and it drove me mad. Yeah, I go back and forth. I kind of wish they were customizable, Robin. Like, maybe you could customize them to the gold color or the OG color. Because sometimes, I liked the colors at times, especially when not using them together. If that makes sense. Like the Aquarius urn, I thought was always just a really nice deep shade of blue before. And it was fun to use like with blue rooms, but now it's like always white and gold. I wish you could customize them. Alright, let's go and get some apples, I guess. Had to time travel just to get our apples. Wow, the way that pipe is just ruining my entrance. Wow, Haley, thank you so much. Thank you for that $5 donation for Pause Your Game. I really appreciate it. That's so nice of you all. Several days into our campaign to still be making donations and inching closer to the $500 goal. We're over halfway there now. Well, over halfway past $100 anyways. Thank you so much. Can we get some hype and love for Haley's donation? And let me see if I can find a nice sticker. We can check up on Dusty back there, see what Dusty's up to. Oh! Dusty's just a floof. I can raise the... Aw. What a sweet girl. Curled up in a little ball. Alright, but let's figure out a sticker. I see a cypress plant. The cypress plant sticker is tempting, but it's also like really small. Oh, should we do like an NPC? Like a long lost NPC like Reese or Cyrus or Katie or Lottie. Look at all these like NPCs that are no more. Not here, not here, not here. We do have Sahara. We have a replacement for Joan. We do have Red. No Gracie. No Nat. We have a replacement for Nat. Oh, no Phineas. No Katrina. Yeah, some of these are really like low-level NPCs. I'm honestly not too mad. They wanted to give us a desert island, but it is just kind of funny like seeing them all here. Which one do you... Oh, do Kappa? What's interesting is they like did him dirty. They like have his kid, but they don't have Captain, but they have his kid. So I'm gonna put Captain's kid. Dang, that's a bit of a tongue twister trying to say that. Captain's kid on my head. She can hang out with the Jacob's Ladder. Thank you so much, Haley. The boat guy. Yeah, I wish he was in that little section there. Where is he? Such a cute little bean. Oh, thank you, Queen. Yeah, she looks really sleepy. If y'all want one more last look at her. She's also kind of in this state where maybe the zoomed in camera would be better than the zoomed out camera. Maybe I can fix that real quick. There we go. So now when we switch to her, it'll be like a more zoomed in picture. All these axed homies. Yeah. Man, right after I adjusted that camera, Dusty's gonna get up. Why is she like this? Alright, she's on my naughty list now. She can't keep getting up as soon as I adjust the camera to match her current location. Oh, and hi, Chevy. Oh, please don't apologize, Chivy. You have been around, honestly. Like, it's me that hasn't been around. I haven't been, like, all of last week I only streamed once, so please don't apologize at all. So much love to you, and I'm really sorry to hear that school is getting to you, but we all love you so much, and support you through the school, and you're always welcome here when you can have the time, and we all love you so much. Everyone send Shivy lots of school love. Well, what I mean by that is positive vibes to get through those classes and that homework and stuff. But hi, Shivy, how are you? Enjoy your lurk, Robin. I hope you have a good night and heading off to bed. Thank you so much for being here. That look of, Mother, why have you disturbed me? It looks like she got over it. She's still doing that, like, I'm an awake cat. I'm an awake bored cat who doesn't know, like, what they're doing. My mom keeps waking me up at various intervals. That's what Dusty's like right now. I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking, Shivy. Just time traveling away, trying to remember what I'm supposed to be doing. Been having fun decorating Citalune. Oh, is your kitty named Norman? Norman was on your naughty list last night for ruining your bath. Oh, how did he ruin your bath? You need to shut the door on Norman, you know? Sometimes you gotta have your bath alone time. No kitties allowed. But my cats don't really like shut doors. Sometimes you know, like if I can, I'll like just sort of halfway close the door to the bathroom, and then they come like weaseling their way in, all curious, like, why did you shut the door? What's behind the door? Cats are really fascinated by closed doors and stuff like that, so. But I hope you can get your justice for your bath. Oh, look at Flurry. Flurry. She's so cute. I drew a picture of Flurry for charity, and I've had her in 2 islands now. And she's such a cutie. I just feel a rush of affection for Flurry. You like school overall, just don't like the concept of school? Oh, so you like your school overall, just don't like the concept of school. Yeah, I feel that way about a lot of things. I feel that way about work sometimes too. Like, as far as my work goes, I like that they give me nice, affordable healthcare, and I think they have some good policies in place that are good for employees, but I just don't like the concept of work, as particularly working 40 hours and 5 days a week. Like, who came up with this? Who thought that this was a good format for like living your life? Why can't we work in 4 days or something? So it's at least a little bit more even. I don't know. I'm mad at the concept of work. But yeah, the concept of school, having to work with deadlines and making learning like a really high pressure situation with grades and standardized tests. It's the competitiveness, figuring out like what your path will be. It's just, it can be very stressful, and it's nice when you're like away from school to kind of learn on your own terms again. Oh, thank you, Hammy. You can win against school. Oh, good work in working on your wish list for Nookazon Cruel. No worries. I've definitely done that before too. It feels like every time I start an island, I have to kind of like figure out what I want to obtain for the island. Been in a weird funk lately, trying to break through mental blocks, but it's hard to. Yeah, I've been in a weird mental funk too, Shivy. You might even kind of know that, like, based on some of my Twitter and Discord stuff, but I definitely feel you. No one understands more than me, perhaps. So I wish you so much love, and try to be easy on yourself. I know it's easy to be hard on yourself when you're having mental blocks, but just try to work your way through it, and being too mad at yourself isn't going to do you any favors. Oh, your puppy is Norman. Oh, okay. Why did I assume Norman was a cat? I'm sorry, Pasta. I look forward to seeing Norman in Discord, or maybe I could... Oh shoot. I was about to say maybe I can show off Norman, but I kind of did this weird thing where I can't, you know, window my OBS. Let me try to figure this out real quick. I'm sorry. Oh no. Why does OBS have to be so finicky? If y'all want to see like what's going on, let me just really quickly show you all. So basically, you know how at the top of every window there's like a minimize button? Now it's gone. And I can't seem to get it back. So I just wanted to, like, so I don't sound like I'm crazy, just show you all visually what my conundrum is. Like, oh, minimize button is gone. Doesn't exist anymore. Thank you, OBS. I appreciate that. That's really useful. And you don't make it obvious to figure out how to fix it, but whatever. We're just gonna vibe. We're not gonna worry about that. I'll try to figure it out later, but man, I hate technology sometimes. Like, I'm really over it. They need to make this stuff easy to figure out. I'm a boomer. Oh, you love Flurry Serenity? Me too. She's such a cutie. Such an icon. Feel like a stranger to yourself. We're moving houses and I'm kind of losing myself and finding myself and all this change happening. Yeah, that does seem like a lot of changes all at once. If you ever need to talk, like, I'm definitely here, but we're all here for you, Shivy, and yeah, you're one of the mods. You're totally welcome anytime you want to come over and mod it up. Oh, Simi. Simi, thank you so much for the $20 donation for Pause Your Game. That's amazing. Wow, look at our total now, 480. Let's get some major hype and love and chat for one of my other sweet mods. We have Simi and Shivy here today. Simi, thank you so much for that donation. Who do you want me to draw? I'm really curious. Feel free to take your time picking if you want to challenge me. Jules, one of my other mods, she challenged me with Moose last night, so it's up to you whether you want to go with like Uwu and Adorable and Fave, or if you want to give me a challenge. Flurry is baby. Yeah, she is. She's so cute. I love Flurry. She's up there, you know, in my tiers of villager. Why did I put two of these next to each other? That's like the ugliest thing ever. Yeah, I'm just gonna put a bunch of lockers like lining all the way. God, that's so ugly. Burn it with fire. Grades are the death of me in art classes. Everything can be so subjective. Yeah, in art it is tough. I think I only took like lower level art classes, like high school level, so they tended to grade art pretty easily, but I can only imagine with some of the intense, maybe like professor personalities that can occur in art, like when you're like a college student or something and having to deal with whatever subjective and yet very objective grade that you get. Nature of the situation. You're in your drawing class right now. Oh, good luck with your classes, Venus. I'm totally rooting for you. I think you'll kill it and be an amazing graphic designer. Infinite AB era. Yeah, gotta keep y'all on your toes and give you that infinity view sometimes. You know it. Dolly could never do what OBS just did. Yeah, not gonna lie, like part of me secretly hopes that there's some sort of like streamer lurking who will tell me how to fix that. So hit me up if you know how to fix that, I guess. I've done it before, and you'd think that like I would remember how to fix something that's happened before, but you know, I don't. The other day I like learned how to do something new on the computer at work, and then I tried to do it again a week later, and I could barely remember. I could remember some things, but I couldn't remember every detail. Gotta love it. Oh, no worries, Shivy. Oh, Scary Kate, Mary. Oh, wow.
Thank you for making such a cozy space to just vibe. Tilda, thank you for so many lovely months of Fours One Heart.
Oh, thank you. I could say the same about you. I'm really so happy we met each other, Mary. I think I met you like through the Animal Crossing hype, and I remember like you raiding me multiple times back then early on when we were both kind of getting into New Horizons together, and I love your channel and your space so much too, and I'm so happy that I've had your support and friendship for this long. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the hype and love for Scary Kate and all those months of support. And can we get some more for Senna? Senna, oh my gosh. Oh, I know what Senna wants. Senna with a $10 donation for Pause Your Game. And that is exactly the amount for a Dusty hug. So we get to go and hug Dusty back there. And let's see what state she's in before I hug her. Because if she's like asleep, I'm gonna kind of die. She's all sleepy back there. Dang it, why are my pockets full, chat? Why are they full? What am I doing with my life? What am I doing with my OBS and my pockets and my existence? And but thank you so much for that donation, Senna, and Thank you so much, Mary, for that resub, for everyone being here tonight. How about Eric? Ooh, somebody wants me to draw Eric. Let me jot that down before I forget. That'll be a challenge. I'm not really experienced in drawing the deer. Who is your all-time favorite villager? Oh, my all-time favorite is Melba. It might be a surprise to like newer watchers because Melba hasn't popped up in a lot of my towns lately, but she was in my first Animal Crossing New Horizons island, and she's been my fave all the way back from like the Wild World days, and that's why she's like our wave emote. She's my girl. Oh, and hi, Stream Dad. Welcome in. Would you prefer to draw Eric or Kiki? I think I might prefer the challenge of Eric because I've actually drawn Kiki for a past charity campaign before. So I think it'll be nice variety to draw Eric. So we'll go in order of operations of least complex to most complex. We're gonna start off with the Dusty Hug, because that's hopefully easy to get out of the way. We'll see if she makes it difficult for me though. And then we'll do that drawing for Eric. Look at her lurking. She sees me. She knows I'm about to get up. Hi, cutie. There was a Dusty Hug redeemed. This is from Cinna. Nope, you can't get up. How dare you? She always just is so happy to see me and has to get up. Oh no, don't judge my life. Y'all are seeing my room. No judging allowed. Jeez, you can also see the side of my body here. This is awkward. Alright, Dusty, are you ready for the hug? Oh! Dusty! Come here. I'll pick you up. Oh! Dusty! This is a big Dusty hug. Doesn't she look happy? Probably not, actually. Sweet girl. Alright, so that's for Cinna, or from Cinna. Wow, and we're at $490. I can't believe we're so close to that $500 goal. And let's... Oh my god, oh no. I have to kind of solve the OBS issue if I want to be able to do the MS Paint one. I have to be able to minimize this, or maybe not. Alright. Are y'all ready for Infinity Amy again, very briefly? Okay. Infinity Amy era, as Shivy said, and then we'll boot up this MS Paint goodness, and hopefully you all can see it okay. And let's try to draw Eric from memory here. I know he's brown, so I'm gonna grab this shade. And I guess he has an ovalish face. Oh man, I feel like so rusty right now for some reason. Like I don't really feel like this is gonna be a good job. Don't feel like I have my wits and my paintbrush about me today. Maybe Venus with their drawing class right now, maybe they can do it for me. Draw me a nice Eric. He always kind of reminded me of like Bullwinkle. Do those of you like from the US, do you know of this place called Bullwinkle that you would go and like get food and stuff like that. Okay, I'm not even gonna finish that. That was a really dreadful explanation of a place. Yeah, you go there and they have food. But let me know if you've heard of the Bullwinkle's place. Alright, these are my really fancy, really sexy antlers for Eric here. I'm gonna go with the darker brown. He looks like a reindeer. I feel like I'm drawing Rudolph right now or something. The shape tools would certainly be helpful for the eyes, wouldn't they? But I'll try to freehand it. I think he has kind of like asymmetrical, really cute eyes, if that makes sense. I think they're kind of like ooh-woo and a little bit asymmetrical. Oh no. Okay, well, I guess this is what we're doing today. Because my freehand is terrible right now. Oh, this is hideous. I'll try to ooh-woo it up a bit with the pupils. I think his pupils are really nice. Oh my god. Worst drawing ever. Alright, there we go. There's my Eric. What does his mouth look like? Is it just kind of a standard smile? I wonder what it's like. I'm gonna say it's like a smaller smile, like it's kind of like an Animal Crossing villager smile, like that. Oh god, this is horrifying. And I know he always wears the most like cozy, comfy sweater ever. He's just like Mr. Cozy. Gonna give him a nice sweater. Put some Fair's Isle accents to it. Fair's Isle sweater. Yep, that's my attempt at a Fair's Isle sweater. And of course he's got the standard like hooves of his species. Alright, I think he's cute. The last thing I think he has a brown nose. Like he is not in fact Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. He has a black nose. I think he's definitely a reference though to like the whole reindeer aesthetic and vibe. I think he's supposed to be kind of like a, yeah, there we go. That's perfect. Nice big honkin'. Okay, we're gonna Control Z that. Yeah, let's do some Control Z's there. Oh. All right. I'm gonna let that fly. Do y'all think I am missing anything from Eric? We had a bit of a chat interaction yesterday, which I thought was cute, where you all let me know you can't look at Eric, you can't cheat. We have to stay true to the game of not having references, but if you all have some input on, I think you're forgetting this from Eric, then feel free to let me know and I'll try to add it in my drawing. We did that with Moose yesterday because I was like, dang, this is a hard assignment, having to draw Moose. And I think we did it for Spork too, where chat came together and we tried to draw these villagers. But yeah, I guess if I don't want to go to Infinity Amy, I'll have to load my stream on my phone though. But yeah, let me know if I'm missing anything from Eric. Eric looks pretty great like this. Oh, thank you, Hammy. So Eric is approved. Yeah, I guess it's kind of awkward not having my OBS here. But I hope you like it, Simi. And thank you everyone for bearing with me. He's very alien cute. Oh, his ears. Oh my god, we forgot his ears. Okay, I'm glad I went back to Infinity Amy for a second here. We gotta do his ears. Shoot, that's kind of where his antlers are though. I guess they're probably like near his antlers. Like a kind of like a cat like that. Maybe hooves? Oh yeah, I forgot about those. Yeah, we'll do some little hooves. And then I think that might be it. We'll look up like a little reference now and do a comparison with how well we remembered, or how well I remembered. I'm sure you all can remember Eric just fine. Okay. So Eric, Animal Crossing. Oh, okay. I always forget like the eyebrows. I'm like, eyebrows who? Oh, I did forget some key things. I'd like to add stuff after the fact. Let me just, I'll control Z it later, but let me just like add a few more things. We've got, you know, like his snout. Okay, maybe it's best I left this out. And then we've got like the little curly thing on his head. Oh no, okay. I feel like my control is worse than it was yesterday. And then the little eyebrows. Oh, I think we made him better though. I think that's like a little better as an Eric. And apparently he doesn't have a nose like Rudolph. He has like little holes for noses. Alright, well thank you all so much for the donations again and for putting up with my crappy drawing and my OBS issues. Let's go ahead and go back to Citalune, shall we? Oh, hi Jefferson. Oh, that was a drawing for Simi. Supposed to be Eric, but we forgot a few details along the way. Let me catch up on chat. Looks just like him. Oh, my brain is really something special with how little details it seems to remember of like all these villagers. My mind is like a black wall. Can't really pull up images in my head. How about you all? I mean, that's, I think, an interesting question that I've seen come up a fair amount when it comes to comparing psychologies. Like, how well can you picture mental images? Because some people can't really see them much at all, and then other people say they see really vivid images. No, Dusty, stay. Dusty left on us again. Hype for more donation and art though. Yeah, it's really amazing. We're at $490 raised. So appreciative. Thank you so much for the donations today and in previous streams, everybody. There's something about this tree up here that isn't hitting the spot for me. I don't know. Maybe it's like too close to the other tree or something. I don't know. I don't really like this tree. Been starting a new gig this week. Will be nice to see a bunch of friends I haven't seen in a while. Oh, that's exciting. Your job sounds fun with your ability to like move around and go to different places. And what's the story behind you and your squirrel friend? You've posted in Discord about having this new squirrel friend that is basically like a pal or a pet. So what should go behind the tree there? Maybe we can do like a garden lantern combo. Really hate how full my pockets are right now. They're really bad right now. So you found a baby squirrel and rescued it on Friday? Oh, that's so sweet of you. Does your squirrel have a name? Maybe plant a fruit tree instead? Ah. If there was like some sort of white fruit, I would probably go for that. Is there like a white fruit that exists out in the world? I'm actually not sure. It feels like all fruit is colorful. Wow! Anonymous! Thank you so much for the $10. Oh, I really appreciate it. Thank you for... Wow, we got to our $500 goal. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Let's get some hype and love and celebration in chat for meeting that goal together as a community. And I'll be totally transparent that that goal was just like the farthest reach goal sort of thing that I came up with. I was perfectly fine with any of the other milestones, like 200 I think was the first milestone, and then like I think 300 I would have been totally good with those two. But thank you so much for helping us get to $500 raised for Pause Your Game. That's really amazing. Thank you all so much, and thank you, Anonymous, for finishing off with that final donation. Or it doesn't have to be the final donation. We can continue on with the incentives for the rest of the evening. Anything else is a cherry on top. Let's get that giveaway started, shall we, for the Nintendo eShop gift card. All right. Cue some Streamlabs chatbot shenanigans for a few seconds. At least they aren't Infinity Amy shenanigans again. Okay, so exclamation point enter, and the giveaway is open. I'm not, limiting who can enter the giveaway in any way, shape, or form, but it is a thank you for the charity campaign. So definitely feel free to especially enter if you made contributions, or if you've been hanging out in all these streams, supporting silently. Even just being in this stream is helpful, and it's really great support in these charity streams. And I'm gonna continue to struggle with what the heck I'm doing. Gosh, why is this so hard? I don't really know what to put right here, I guess, is the problem, or one problem I'm having. I wonder if this would be a good place for something bigger. Something that would peer beyond that tree. So that could be like a statue, or... I don't know. Maybe I'll just focus on this part, since the part up there is making my brain hurt too much. We'll focus on this part for now. Yeah, best of luck, everybody. Oh, Scary Kate, Mary. Oh, thank you so much. I think the alert was in such a way I didn't see. Let me see. Oh, thank you so much for the $10. Let me give Dusty a few hugs for Anonymous and for Mary with those really generous donations. Thank you so much, Mary, for the $10 donation for Pause Your Game. Let's get some hype and love for that. And I guess while I'm over giving Dusty a hug, I'm gonna go to like a scenic spot here. Give y'all something to look at while I'm hugging Dusty. Because it's still gonna be displayed in like the smaller screen over there. Alright. Dusty, what are you doing right now? Oh wait, did she leave? Holy crap. Dusty, come back. Let's see if I can get her to come back. Okay, if this works. A little bit of plastic bag ASMR for you all. Let me do the full. No, I'm just kidding. Y'all are probably so mad at me. Dusty, come back. Oh well. I'll give her some hugs in spirit. She might come back at some point. You know how she is. She comes, she goes. Dusty's like, no more hugs. I'll give you all a hug. Hugs for you all. Yeah, all the summoning Dusty vibes or other kitties. I'm surprised Mr. Mittens didn't come. Sometimes he hears the bag too. Making all the racket I can. Oh, welcome back, Shivy. We're just trying to summon Dusty, and look, we met the goal for the charity campaign. We got you $500. We have a giveaway going on right now. Need to remember to end that in another minute or so. Exclamation point enter to enter, and I've also been struggling along with this area here. Maybe I'll also, since Dusty's not here, I'll do a typical charity stream sort of thing, and I'll eat a Bean Boozled for you all. Can take a Bean Boozled in lieu of the Dusty hug, and we'll give her a hug if she comes back. Alright, this blue one looks good to me, but I know the blue one is toothpaste, which I don't think is too bad. So I'm gonna close my eyes and pick a different one. Uh-oh, this one looks questionable. This one's a brown one. Oh, it's not too bad. That was the good one. I'll pick this one then. I know the good ones are no fun. Oh, Shivy, you were hoping it was a good bean. It was a good bean. Alright, we got a bad one. Oh no. Oh, that was terrible. I got like the worst one. That's like the worst one ever. Oh. Oh. It's just like hovering in my mouth. Oh. Chug. Alright. Oh, we have a sticker down. Everything's descending into chaos here. Man, it's kind of annoying. It's like sticking to my teeth. TMI. TMI. Alright, I need to chill out. Alas, earwax. I think the Bean Boozled experts might be able to know what I got based off the color of the bean. I always have a hard time remembering, or I haven't really picked up on it super well, but it was definitely bad. And hi, Postio, welcome in. How are you? Good to see you, Postio. Let me know if you like how this is coming along so far. We're trying to work on this incline area here today. The part that you see, like, that's patterns, that's gonna be maybe like a mosaic one day. I'm gonna try to turn it into like a mosaic in the shape of a crescent moon, kind of like a mural. So I'm trying to play up the celestial vibes a little by maybe some star clocks and star fragments and a mixture of celestial and garden type items. So let me know if y'all have any suggestions for things to try over here. Might be visiting my state, Shivy. Oh, feel free to let me know. Maybe we could try to find a cat cafe or something. Or, oh my gosh, if we do meet Shivy, I know the perfect thing. We would have to go and get boba tea together. Because you know me, how I'm always like, oh, well, I should try it. But then I never go and try it. We should find a place that has boba tea. That would be really cute. Oh man, it's still sticking to my teeth. I'm just continuing to give you all the TMI. And hi, Sleepy Tabby. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and wrap up this giveaway, shall we? Nice little drum roll here. Officially closing it. And good luck, everybody. And I'm sure y'all will be a good sport no matter who wins. Let's see. Oh my Oh my god, Scary Kate, Mary, oh how sweet. You're the winner, the previous donator there. Thank you so much. I'll definitely get that out to you later. There was another giveaway for Steam earlier that Mercy won, I think, so I'll definitely give Mercy and Scary Kate their giveaway win soon. And I'll private message y'all on Discord, but congratulations! What do you think you're gonna get with it, since it's a Nintendo eShop gift card and you kind of like know, I guess, a little about like what's in Nintendo's catalog, what's coming up and on the way? Do you have like a game in mind? And I'm gonna scroll up and chat a little because there was a few things I missed when I was drawing Eric, and I feel bad about that. I don't wanna miss out on a few things that I missed earlier. So, Cruel's gonna hang out with friends on Sunday. Oh, that'll be nice. Nice get together with friends. That would be a fun Cruel. And Jefferson's backstory for the squirrel that he adopted came out of the brush after me when I walked home from the store. It had a bloody nose and was struggling to breathe, so I took it home and nursed it the best I could. Oh, that's really sweet. You really did kind of rescue that squirrel then that was injured. Good on you for doing that, Jefferson, and it's really cute to see those pictures of you with the squirrel. I didn't really know squirrels could be friendly like that to humans, but it's probably because you're taking such good care of it. And I asked y'all if you had vivid mental images or not. Senna says, I don't feel like the images I read are super vivid, but if you can imagine it, you can. Oh, and hi, Lenore.
Hi, Amy and everyone. Back from rehearsal early and so happy to hang out with the Forest fam. Can't believe it's been a year and a half already. Time flies. Heart, heart, heart.
Oh, a year and a half. Wow. Oh my gosh, Lenore. Got a new badge, Lenore. Thank you so much. Welcome back from your rehearsal, and thanks so much for being here and for the resub and all your support and friendship over these months. Here with the Forest fam. I appreciate you so much, Lenore. Thank you for just everything, and I hope you're having a great time with your acting. Hope it's a nice creative outlet for you. And look, it's so fitting for you, Lenore, so poetic. Lenore always resets for apples. Won't accept anything but apples. All for that passport photo, you know? Lenore just can't accept anything else because gotta have that stylish passport photo. And I'm over here like, you know, I never even update mine. Like, this is basically the character I had at the beginning of the game. I'm a deserted island relocator. I have not even taken a photo. Should we change that? I should probably take a photo. Lenore is inspiring me to care about my passport. But yeah, Lenore always resets for apples, so it's very fitting that she has the apple badge. Let's take it by my current favorite spot at the moment. Nice little portrait over by the waterfall. And in that conversation with Cinna was saying about visual images. If you take the time to imagine it, you did get better about picturing 3D things during a chemistry class because we had to think about how the shape of the molecule affected its ability to react in things. Oh, that's really interesting. I didn't really take chemistry that far. That's kind of fascinating to me to learn that's a thing. When I took chemistry, it was all about like chemistry equations. But that's really cool that chemistry eventually gets to the point where you're trying to think about how it can react. Wow. Yeah, I found chemistry pretty interesting. Why can I not find the passport tab? Here it is. So let's take a new photo. Oh, thanks for all the hype and love for the charity campaign and Scary Kate winning and for Lenore. Thank you all so much for being such an amazing community. Love you all. Ah, with the moon overhead, this is perfect. All right, this is perfect. Pango? Pango? Do it. Let's do it right now. Like I don't even care. Let's make it my image. Pango just like walking in front with her little bow and her eyeshadow. That is so like her to do that. She's a snooty in spirit. She might be peppy on paper, but she's a snooty in spirit. We see that eyeshadow. Oh gosh. Went out of my way to take a new passport photo and Pango had to do that. Look at you, Pango. Oh, look, I get some Nook Miles for that. I got a reward. Oh, so you might get Eastward with your giveaway win, Scary Kate. I hadn't heard of that. Interesting. It's not often that I legit haven't heard of something, but maybe it's because I'm a big Nintendo person and the Switch does have some third-party stuff. You were playing some Splatoon. Oh, nice, Postio. Splatoon's good fun. That's one I'm familiar with for it being a Nintendo. 18 months? How do you like them apples? Oh, clap for the pun, Cinna. For celestial items, do you like the Pisces lamp? It's okay. It can be a little weird sometimes. Like it's like gold and white, so it works well when there's gold and white. I wonder if I have too many pink items for that to really like look good, if you know what I'm saying. Sometimes I don't like to mix too many different like contrasting colors into the equation, like pink and white and gold and white. It's also really short for a lamp, you know? It's like nothing compared to the street lamp as far as its size. But I can like it under certain circumstances. Oh, nice. Jules got the giant acorn. Oh, apples are the best, but you do like peaches and cherries too? Oh, okay. So it's not all about the apples. To be honest, y'all, my badges go all the way up. Like, they're pretty much never ending. Like, I can do more. I don't know what more to do with the tree. Like, it would be nice to be able to keep the tree concept, but, like, I don't know what more to do with it. So, I mean, I added apples to it. And the one after the apples is actually a tree stump, which might seem a little bit morbid in a way, because then it's like you cut down the tree. But, I mean, that's also kind of what my logo is. Like if you like look at my logo that I use for like my Twitch channel and stuff, it is actually a tree stump. So, I mean, hey, when you've subbed here 2 years, you can literally be the channel logo in Twitch chat. I thought it might be cute. But I don't know what more to do after that. Maybe I could switch themes and instead of continuing the tree concept, like do something else. Like switch over to like other things to do with the forest, like forest animals or forest plants. What? Whoa. Alright, that's not what I wanted to do. Citalune is popping off. Oh, thank you, Jules. This area is kind of bumming me out a little, not gonna lie. I don't really know what I'm doing with it. I wonder if like panels on the sides could help. Could panels help it pop off a bit more? I wonder. I'm gonna give that a shot. Let's try simple panels instead of these weird things, though. Gonna keep the photo bomb for now. Maybe not when I update my dream address. Oh, thank you for clipping that, Lee. And hi, Corundum Queen. Oh, I've missed you too. How have you been? It's great to see you, Corundum Queen. Are you playing on a computer? No, I'm playing on my Switch, but it's docked and there's a Elgato helping it be broadcasted to Twitch. The tree stump decays and becomes mushrooms? Oh, so you think I should switch to like mushroom badges? That would be cute. Yeah, I might do that. Like a golden mushroom that changes colors or just becomes other cute foresty things. Alright, let's try to do some more simple panels and see if that helps the area. I feel like I need more celestial items. I'm almost like slightly tired of the existing celestial items. Like I just see them so much in the community. I wish we had more in a way. Like we've got the crescent moon chair, we got the zodiac stuff, and I'm kind of greedy, especially since I'm doing a celestial theme. Like I want more. But it doesn't seem like celestial is what they would go for if they add more items. I'm trying to find my simple panels. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time. I've probably passed by it like 10 million times. Okay, here we go. And hi Kelly, welcome in, welcome back, I should say. You started your new island, Kelly, and went with the South of France theme? Oh, cool. What is South of France like as a theme? Like how does that translate into Animal Crossing, or what's the general vibe? Is like South of France kind of where the like countryside is and where the ocean is? You've been busy with moving, finding a job, and everything that comes with that? Oh yeah, that does sound super busy and lots of change and whatnot wrapped up in all that. Has it been going well though? Like has it been a good sort of change? Oh, and I've been pretty good. I've had my ups and downs as well, and I still got my book stocking job, so no change there, but my mental health waxes and wanes, like with trying to upkeep that, and Animal Crossing is a constant and nice creative outlet for me. I've been enjoying working on my various islands still. Thank you for asking. Nice to see you again. Do you remember the 21st night of September? I guess that's what today is. And hi, Afui. Afui says hashtag bring back Digby. Oh, I just put away the simple panels. It looked so hard to find. Yeah, I think if they want to bring back a Digby, they should just like put him in the town hall with Tom Nook and Isabel. I guess his role with New Leaf being the head honcho of the street pass thing. I mean, I don't think the Switch has street passes, So I guess there's no way for him to resume his old role. If y'all could give Digby a new role, what would you give him? So the south of France is like the countryside with the vineyards. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen some really nice vineyard themed islands. It's actually like surprisingly popular, like as a theme, given that it's never been a theme in Animal Crossing before New Horizons. Like, I swear Vineyard Core was not even like a thought in anyone's mind back in the older games. But I guess there's so many fun things that you can do with it now in New Horizons, like the purple hyacinths and I don't know, the silos, just how everyone arranges everything. Could drop large star fragments, maybe? Love how white and blue they are. Yeah, I do think that would be nice to drop around in the foreground. I guess I'm trying to think of what to put in the big background part of my build. I'm gonna try simple panels and celestial items, maybe, see how that goes. I'm trying to be creative. So in the south of France, there's beautiful beaches and castles and forestry areas and wine country and lavender fields. Ah, okay, so you're not gonna just do vineyards, but also the beaches and castles and foresty areas. That sounds amazing. I really love that theme. Congratulations on making your start with your new island. Feel free to use the Discord server if you need any help with any trading, although I think you set up your accounts in a way to where you can help yourself with your multiple switches. So maybe you'll have that to use your other island to help your new island. I have some lavender scented soap called South of France. Oh, really? That's oddly specific. Dang, okay, I guess I'm uncultured for not really knowing about this South of France stuff. I really liked France a lot when I was a kid, and it was kind of like just the little country. It was the country that I latched onto when I was a kid for some reason. I think it's pretty easy to see why like a kid would be like, oh cool, the Eiffel Tower. But I tended to focus on Paris a lot with my little kid fascination of France. And I've actually been to Paris before, and in a weird way, it didn't really like blow my socks off. I wonder if I would prefer maybe the vineyards and the countryside. You know how much I love the English countryside. I think that's the top of my list of places to visit now, and maybe I would like the French countryside more too. Paris was only just like, I don't know, it was fine. I liked the art museums, but I'm gonna do cute French cafes and shops and try to make some winding alleyways. Ah, it sounds like you have so many possibilities. I love when you feel like that in an island, and that's part of why I like themes so much, is you can just sort of rattle off like all the different builds you want to do and have so much to think about as far as ways that you can fill up your island. Something I struggle a little with this theme, with the Citalune theme, is like Citalune is a remake of my New Leaf town where I only had the public works that I had in New Leaf, and now that it's open up to New Horizons like as a whole with the terraforming and the items outside, I struggle a little sometimes with what to prioritize as far as builds, but I've tried the best that I can to like brainstorm about, well, what are my favorite kind of build ideas for Citalune, and I've tried the land bridge, and I guess there's still quite a bit of the island to fill up though. It'll be interesting to see how I fill it all up. Got an island idea when you put the two lockers next to each other. It made me think of a maze with a bunch of them. Like a labyrinth theme with the Minotaur. T-Bone as the Minotaur. And using ground patterns to show the thread that Theseus uses to not get lost. Fling that away for when I finally get a Switch. Oh wow, you watched the stream, Senna, without like having a Switch and Animal Crossing yourself? I can't believe I never asked you that or learned that from you before. But yeah, if you ever want labyrinth-themed inspiration, Winter in the community, Winter, she has a really gorgeous like labyrinth-themed island. It's based off of the movie. Digby could return and allow us to redecorate villager houses. I see you're passionate about that. I see the all caps. It's an existing mechanic that can just transfer to villager houses. Yeah. I really think they gotta give us that ability like one day. Like, they've been so reluctant to give us the ability to customize the outside of their homes. And I think the next game is when we'll finally get that. They're inching closer and closer to just full free reigns of like every aesthetic component of your island. I feel like next game is maybe the game where we can finally like make those customizations. We'll see. Now we can pick where they're located. And next step is to be able to pick how they look on the outside. Well, man, I still don't know if I like that, especially because it takes away the curve. Well, I'll see what it looks like to put them on the sides. I want to like not poo-poo this idea before I've tried every angle. I have no idea how I'd incorporate Digby into the game, but I'd love to see him make a return. Yeah, my biggest thing is for the cafe, even though I think it's maybe like an overdone meme about how bad we need the cafe. Like, there's a whole Twitter account dedicated to counting down how many days we have not had the cafe. I think it can be a little overdone, but a good way the cafe could bring back NPCs is just to have them like stop by the cafe, take a nice cup of coffee with Digby in his raincoat on a rainy day. That would be very cozy. And hi, Iris! Welcome in! How are you today, Iris? So good to see you. I hope work wasn't too bad today. South of France is known for perfumeries. My friend went there to learn to make perfume. Oh, cool. Something else for Kelly to jot down. I don't know if there's like a perfume item in the game though. There was a new leaf though. A new leaf. Okay, I'm gonna Google it. I have no idea if the perfume item is still a thing. I'm gonna Google perfume Animal Crossing. Well, I don't think it's in New Horizons, but people have made simple panels of like perfume shelves, which kind of blows my mind because then you just realize that like every conceivable thing has been designed already. Like someone already thought of the need for perfume in Animal Crossing and already made a simple panel design. Like, it's crazy how many designs there are out there. Do you all like this? Do you like the simple panels as kind of like a, I don't know, border for what I'm doing here? Or do you think it looks bad? Or are you open to it? It might kind of make it look more official and like closed off and kind of hide the ugliness of the cliffs. And yeah, I could see how it has maybe its potential. Oh, I'm sorry, Danny. Is there a way for me to like go back and see what song came before? This is a Maple Story song that's playing right now. Maybe it's like a Maple Story song that you heard. Oh, and I hope your art class is going well, Venus. Somewhat agree. I do love Paris, but the south of France is so peaceful and gorgeous, and a lot of the spots are more like villages than big cities. There's one specific place I've been to a few times called Ease that I'm drawing a lot of inspiration from. Oh yeah, definitely. Feel free to share that in Discord, or I'll jot it down maybe to Google later. I wish I knew a little bit more about various cities, like, of the world and different, like, famous buildings of the world. I think it's kind of a fun topic, and it comes in handy for drawing inspiration for Animal Crossing. Practically an entire genre of Animal Crossing islands is like European themes, but you can take that into so many different directions, like rustic European or elegant, like a big city. You can base them off of specific cities. And of course, same with other parts of the world too. Like, people will recreate Japanese cities a lot. All right, I'm gonna give this a shot. I feel like this has potential, especially since once you go up here, I think there's gonna be villager homes. So I'm going to be open to this, but we'll see how it goes. I can't believe they did the starter villagers so dirty with the set interiors. Yeah, it was a cute idea. I think what they were going for was your villagers are in the same boat as you in this game, and they're also on the same giveaway package. So they start off in a tent and they have like a loan that they have to pay off in order to get a house and all that stuff. I feel a little bit bad for Nintendo in a way, because I feel like they had a lot of ideas of like, ooh, this has never been done before. No one has ever done this specific thing in Animal Crossing, and for the first time, your villagers are gonna have to pay off their own loan, and I almost feel like it wasn't as popular with fans trying these new things as they thought it would be. Like, I don't see a lot of people raving about the desert island concept. If anything, I see a lot of people complain about the effects of the desert island concept, like the lack of having a main street and some other things that I'm having trouble pulling up right now. All right, let's see. More simple panels. I think I'm gonna try the simple panel thing. I can never seem to find simple panels. Oh, you've played GameCube Animal Crossing, Cinna? And City Folk and Wild World, but decided I need to write my thesis before I can get a Switch. Oh, that's smart. I wouldn't be the same. I'm not the same type of person with that level of self-control. Followed your channel after the Nancy Drew. Aw. That was really sweet. That was sweet of Leah to do those co-streams with me. I had a blast with them too. Some of my memories about the Nancy Drew streams, I feel like Leah was really good at the puzzles. Like, she's a really good like puzzle person, and also like it just felt like Nancy Drew games didn't age as well for me, because like I remembered so many more high stakes moments at the ending, and when the ending happened I was just like, wait, that's it? So it was kind of one of those things that I felt like I remembered better as a kid, and it wasn't quite as strong when I played it as an adult, but maybe that's pretty normal as far as kid things. But I hope you can get that Switch after you finish your thesis, Cinna. Those old European islands are gorgeous. I love that vibe. Yeah, there was one vibe that blew my mind recently. I might even kind of shout it out and show you all on stream. Oh wait, that's right. I can't really show things on stream easily right now because my OBS is doing that thing where I can't minimize it. But let me see if I can pull it up anyways. Someone did like a New York, but it was almost like a autumnal version of New York that had like apartments and it felt kind of vintage. and I was really inspired by that. You created an interstate highway on your island. Yeah, urban themes are fun. Oh yeah, I hope Leah's doing well. The last time I talked to her, I think she was looking into caring for some feral cats, or thinking about doing that. I hope she's doing well. I'm gonna customize these to the brick color. Okay, I found the image that I got especially inspired by as far as urban core, so I'm gonna show it off real quick because I want to show you all what I'm talking about, how inspired I am by it. So this is inspired by like New York apartments like in the 80s during autumn or something, and it's just like a total vibe. It's by Flynn Crossing, and I don't really feel bad about shouting them out because I think they're also like a Twitch streamer who's like rated me before. So I think if you look up Flynn Crossing here on Twitch, I think they stream sometimes. But isn't that so cool, the way it looks like New York, autumn 1986? I just think that's a really cool like take on urban core. Like, it's not just urban core in the sort of like gray streets theme, it's urban core in a very like kind of vintage cozy way. Like, look at that steam rising. I mean, I think this is so cool. I love this. But yeah, just thought I would shout that out because it's an example of urban core that I like a lot, and we're talking a little bit about ways you can vary urban core. I feel like the starter homes would have been fine if they could have upgraded them, but it's sad that they have such ugly houses even when your island is super developed. Yeah, it's like they missed that stage when it's like it goes from the starter house to their default house. Like, they missed one step in there, and then that would have been perfect. Sort of like how we don't go from tent to slightly furnished house. We don't go from tent to fully furnished house. So it wouldn't make sense for them to maybe have their dream home the second that they have a new house, but they should get it eventually. They should get that house that's their dream home eventually, just like all the other non-starter villagers. I miss having a Main Street area, and I really liked the town. Yeah. What I liked about Main Street is it sort of kept a lot of these shops out of the main part of town, where you didn't have to worry about aesthetics clashing with some of those buildings, but you still got to have all those characters. I'm not as like bummed about it as some people though. Like, for some people I think that can like practically ruin New Horizons for them, the way that I've heard people talk about it. Like, they're like, it's missing half the content, and I think they're talking about like all the Main Street shops. And I don't think Kick's shop is like necessary for Animal Crossing to exist, and neither is some of the other shops on Main Street, but I do like Main Street, and I feel like another element that was cool about it was completing your Main Street was like a goal, and it was a pretty hefty goal. I remember it took me years to complete my Main Street because Katrina's shop was the last building I was ever able to get on my Main Street. It took me a while to get that Katrina building, so it was quite an accomplishment once you could cross that off your list. Just a little self-control. You got a PS4 in 2020. Well, you have to treat yourself a little. Reminds you of Hey Arnold? Yeah, you're right. Was Hey Arnold like during that time period or something? Because I totally know what you mean. I loved Hey Arnold. One of my favorite little Nickelodeon shows growing up. Okay, Unfortunately, I ran out of the customization kits, so I'm just gonna try to finish off this simple panel thing, as boring as it is, and then I'll try to figure out a nice way to fill out the corners. I know it looks kind of boxy right now, but I feel like once I like fill out the corners, it'll look less boxy and look more satisfying. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sagittarius. Very fitting username. I'm inspired by a lot of celestial vibes and stars and constellations and moons and stuff for my island. I'm glad you like it so far. Okay, did I remember to get customization kits? I did not. But I do have quite the stash in here. Been watching so many childhood faves now that I'm starting HBO Max with my sister. They've got the Cartoon Network gems, Cowardly Dog, Powerpuff Girls, Ed, Edd and Eddy, Looney Tunes. Oh wow, those names are really taking me back. Even if I didn't watch every single one of those, I heard those names so much growing up. The ones that I've seen out of your list, I saw a little bit of Powerpuff Girls, but I wasn't a big Cartoon Network person. I really liked Nickelodeon. And Ed, Edd and Eddy, like I never saw that, but I heard that name so much growing up. Does anyone remember, because I've talked about it a lot, does anyone remember my childhood favorite show? Because, I don't know, sometimes with streaming I get self-conscious that I share the same stories a lot, or the same like tidbits of info. So since I've shared this quite a bit, I'm curious if anyone knows. Does anyone know my favorite childhood show? But a little hint is that it's like a Nickelodeon show. If not, I'll say what it was in a minute. Repetitiveness or no. Rugrats? Oh, no. Think of My Love of Fairies. Oh, okay. I should be less self-conscious. I worry that I say this like all the time. Oh, it was Fairly Odd Parents. Yeah, Fairly Odd Parents was my favorite like little kid show. Unfortunately, Avatar, I didn't watch it as a kid, but I remember seeing commercials for it as a kid. I totally wish I watched it. Did anyone here watch Avatar as a kid? I feel like we're all just like adults who stan Avatar. And I feel like a lot of people got into Avatar through like Netflix, you know? Like Netflix and streaming services have helped to popularize and give like new booms and new life, new waves of fans for various things that aren't even really new, like the Avatar. I think that's why they're doing some new projects for Avatar even after all this time, is because it got a big boom in popularity from being on Netflix. I remember seeing a few episodes of Doug, but I also liked Hey Arnold a lot. You love Fairly Odd Parents, Senna? Yeah, me too. It was just so whimsical and fun. There were so many fun characters. Do you remember the big muscly fairy guy? And do you remember Doug Dimmadome, the owner of the Dimsdale Digadome? Do you remember that guy with like the sleek black hair? Gosh, there's just so many good characters. It's a really funny show. Or a charming show. I'm not sure how well the jokes still land. Oh, your boys watch Fairly Odd Parents? Yeah, I liked it more than SpongeBob. SpongeBob has been like the hot, like millennial meme, but I liked Fairly Odd Parents more. I watched Avatar as a teen, but didn't see the end of the series until I was an adult. Oh, so you watched a little bit of it as a teen, but didn't see the end of it for a while. Interesting. What I find a little interesting about Avatar coming on a show like Nickelodeon was Nickelodeon had so many shows that you could like miss episodes and it wouldn't matter. And like stuff like SpongeBob and Fairly Odd Parents. But then Avatar kind of did matter. You had to watch it in order. But I guess that's the way a lot of adult shows are. You know, a lot of adult shows have those sitcoms and, well, maybe not sitcoms, but those series shows that you have to watch in order. So why not a kids network have something like that? Yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. You watched Avatar as it aired, Postio? You lucky bean. You lucky bean. I'm jealous. Dinkelberg? Oh, I don't know if I remember that. Let me Google that and see if I can unlock a memory. Dinkelberg? What is that? Huh. Well, it's coming up with Timmy's dad. I do remember Timmy's dad. Alright, I can't even like see what I'm doing anymore. Maybe I'll like ignore this area for now. I can't see over here. Alright. So this is what it looks like with the panels. Now I gotta figure out how to fill in the corners and make it look nice. I wonder if I put a crescent moon chair on either side, if that would look nice. Why do I feel like such a cliche every time I use the crescent moon chair though? Like, why do I recoil at the thought of using that? I guess I always just feel like I'm not good at using the crescent moon chair. I don't use it in the most like original ways, but let's give it a shot. Let's see. Crocker fairies. Oh my gosh, you unlocked a memory for me. Yeah, the teacher was Crocker. There was also that like popular kid Trixie, which I feel like it's just such a archetype to have like the popular girl that you crush on. It reminds me a lot of that Rick and Morty popular girl too. Like Timmy and Morty have kind of like similar energies. I don't know, maybe a little. What did I come over here for? Oh yeah, crescent moon chair. SpongeBob was their number one. Yeah. I always liked Fairly Odd Parents more. Watch SpongeBob with your mom as a kid. Aw. I think TV was sometimes used by a crutch by my parents to just keep us occupied for a bit. Especially Barney. I was a big like Barney fan when I was little. Where are my crescent moon chairs? Why are they all like non-white colors? Oh, I already had them in my pockets. Why am I so dumb? I can't handle myself right now. I'm like way too dumb. Or did I? No, these are the ones I just got. So I guess my white ones are like chilling out like in ground storage somewhere. My crescent moon chairs, the color that I want, they're like out in ground storage hell somewhere. Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Oh, I haven't even heard of that one. Timmy's dad saw Dinkelberg as his nemesis, so he would just grumble, Dinkelberg, whenever something went wrong. Oh, okay, that's kind of ringing a bell for me. I think you might have unlocked a memory by explaining it. Thank you, Senna. The crescent moon chair is OP. Yeah, I feel insecure using it though. Well, I found one white crescent moon chair. I guess I'll customize the other one. Teen Titans and Phineas and Ferb. The bird and candy machine guy. Oh, I've heard good things about Teen Titans. I've even heard it like in context of shows that adults could like. Is that a show that could still be enjoyable, like as an adult? Teen Titans. Have you done some villager drawings tonight? Oh yeah, we have. I could try to show him off real quick if you can deal with Infinity Amy for a second. We've done... Well, actually, we've just done Eric, but yeah, these are some of the other ones from the night before. There's our Eric. I think like Dusty Hugs were more popular today, and the stickers. Oh, you like Teen Titans Cruel? Oh, you called a friend on a landline to watch the finale together, Cinna. Oh. And now, in modern days, it could be like a Discord call or a Zoom meeting. I don't know. To this day, I still have not done a Zoom meeting. Like, I'm not cool enough for that. But there are other ways you can do those video calls. Oh, you watch true crime shows? I've seen like the odd Dateline here and there. I'd never like in a super big way though. They have a spin-off of Teen Titans now that's more for little kids, but the original of it was really good for older teens and adults. Oh, okay. I don't know if it's at the top of my list of stuff to check out. Probably the top of my list is for things to watch other than Dark, just watching Dark over and over. I think I'd like to check out Twin Peaks maybe, because I've heard really good things about it. It's been kind of like rainy outside today. It's really cozy. Or at least it sounds rainy. I don't know if it's really raining, but it has like that kind of windy, blustery feel outside. Very cozy. The Misadventures of Flapjack, and Chowder? What? Y'all are just making these up. I don't recognize any of these. Okay, let's try a crescent moon chair. Do y'all think it will vibe? Oh no, it landed the wrong way. Unless maybe that's a more creative way to do it. I was gonna have it do the other way. But do we like this way better? Whatever, I'm gonna try the other way. A group of friends watched some Sailor Moon too, but... Oh, okay. Yeah, Sailor Moon I wish I watched as a kid, but I didn't. I watched it as an adult along with Studio Ghibli and some other like things that kids grew up watching. I think the best way to get into stuff like that, like as a kid, is to have adults that are a fan of stuff like Ghibli. Like my parents just haven't been Ghibli fans, and they hadn't really heard of it, so either that or maybe they used to play like old Ghibli movies on some of the old networks, like Cartoon Network or something. Oh, you like the crescent moon chair that way? Oh, thank you, Pazdio. I got inspired to put another upright locker in the corner, like another one of those locker things. We do need more celestial items. Oh my gosh, Venus, yes. I want more stuff that matches with the crescent moon chair and Nova Light. I know. I'm glad you feel the same. Damn, why is this sorted this way? This is the weirdest assortment ever. Is this like the most recent things? Oh, that's kind of handy. I have never sorted my inventory this way before. It's kind of handy. It's got like all the stuff I've been using lately. I'm gonna make a mental note of this. Alright, I'm not seeing the floating biotope planters though. are using harps on this island? I could. I feel cliche using those too. Why do I have this complex? I feel cliche using like all the items. Maybe it's just because the people who complain about the furniture, maybe they're truly right and we don't have enough items, so we need more to like not feel that cliche feeling. We used to have a channel called Boomerang. Oh, okay. I haven't heard of Boomerang either. Maybe Boomerang was totally off my radar as far as kid shows. And hi, Lemons! Yeah, Tuesday's a normal stream day for me. I did start like a little bit on the late side though, unfortunately. I was just moving really slow today. But yeah, so happy to see you. How are you today, Lemons? It was such a joy to visit your new island yesterday. Congratulations again on such an amazing job on that island, and thank you for letting me tour it yesterday. And I hope you're having a good week, Lemons. Alright, so let's have this be lined up with a tree. Oh, guess who's back? Guess who's coming back? It's Dusty. Lemon summoned Dusty back. I might be able to redeem a few of those Dusty hugs. That people who donated to charity, technically I owe those. She's sauntering back in here. Yeah, I think I like that. Looks nice and regal, I think. Oh, look at her! I called it. I forecasted it. I'm so good. I know my Dusty. There she is. Little cutie. I can go and give her a hug now for the charity campaigns. Oh, and I'm doing pretty good, Lemons. Thank you for asking. I woke up with a migraine, but it felt better once I took medicine. And I have tomorrow off. I hope I can work more on some patterns tomorrow. What am I doing? I need another cypress plant, I think. Oh, you watched the VOD and got to see Lemon's Island, Iris? Yeah, it really is incredible. I loved the vibe of touring it just with my stream aesthetics too, if I can be a nerd about that. I feel like Lemon's Island looks so nice with my new like kind of foresty overlays with the mushrooms, and I looked kind of fairy-like with my flower crown. I mean, I was just like, damn, this tour is a vibe. A vibe and a half. My production quality on just the entire aesthetic. No, but it's all thanks to Lemon's Islands. I can take no take no credit for that. That was all Lemon's. Beautiful, beautiful island. You should post the code over in Discord so that anyone hearing this can go and check it out. What am I doing? Oh yeah, cypress plants. I had a feeling I dropped them as ground storage somewhere. I had a feeling. I was right. I know myself. I know I'm just dropping cypress plants all over the place all the time. I wish we could customize the big moon item. Yeah. I got like really nitpicky earlier with like how all the different lights are like slightly different shades of color. Like some of the lights, like the garden lanterns, are a pure white. And the nut lamps are a yellowish white. And the moon is a yellowish white. And I'm like, damn, I have all these different like types of lights. And then I have the pink lights because they match the azalea bushes. And I tried the white star clocks instead, and I actually decided I like the pink ones better because the pink ones just sort of bring out the azaleas in a really charming way. So I guess I'll just have like unmatching lights. They can all be different colors, whatever. Oh, should I talk to Rosie? I feel like I'm like ignoring all my villagers. Practicing striking a pose. It's an important life skill. I don't think we have enough celestial items either. I agree that limitations help creativity, but I feel like we should have a little bit more added at this point. Yeah, it would definitely be nice. If there's one thing I think kind of saving the lack of items, I think it's like all the design work people do, like for path patterns and panel patterns and stuff. In a way, like every time you design a simple panel, it can practically be considered like a new piece of furniture or something, because panels can do so many different things and create so many different looks and illusions. Oh, you ordered a 3DS, a new leaf? Congratulations, Lemons! That'll be so cute to see you dabble in New Leaf. And you've definitely earned the ability to go and play some old games since you've created how many New Horizons islands at this point? Like, how many have you finished? Like, it's just wild how prolific you've been there, and now you can check out an older entry in the series. Definitely let me know what you think of it once you get into it. I want to hear your reactions. We were looking at all the old New Leaf furniture yesterday and gushing about it, and did that play a factor, Lemons? Like, did that help nudge you towards that? Yeah, I can't wait either. I'm sure Lemons will have such an aesthetic New Leaf town to show us in I don't know, how many months? How many weeks? Maybe longer with the lack of treasure islands. But yeah, let me know if you need any help with it. Oh, hi Fudge Monkey! Hello, lovely being to you too. I hope you're having a nice night and a good Monday. Welcome in. We're struggling along. We're struggle decorating this area, and we still have our incentives open for Pause Your Game. I'm so excited we met our $500 goal today for the charity campaign. Okay, so there's that. Let's see what the crescent moon chairs look like in front of the columns. Hope you have a wonderful day off. Oh, thank you, Lemons. You're so sweet. Okay, do we like this? Is this too gaudy? Oh, well, it's kind of cool. You can't really see the crescent moon chair from all the way back here unless you pan up. Maybe it's a little gaudy with the pan up there. I don't know. Does this view even really matter? Like, does this view in particular even matter? I need to stop being so picky. But yeah, as far as when you see it, you tend to only see it pop up right here, so I can just judge it based off of how much I like this view right here. But do I even like it? I don't know. There's something I don't like about it. I have such trouble like using the celestial items sometimes. I'm just not very good at it. Can you turn it off? I guess not. I'll complete the full effect. I'll put one over here too. And good night, Cruel. Hope you have a good evening. Sounds like a nice chill night. I might watch Dark myself later or have it on cozily while I unwind for the evening. Maybe one day I'll actually watch the new shows I want to watch, like Twin Peaks or whatever. Not just watch Dark over and over. Ah, yeah, definitely. Feel free to post all your screenshots over in Discord. We have a channel for the older games. And if you don't know, it's L+R to take a screenshot. But then I guess you gotta get it off the SD card. I was like, why does this not look symmetrical? I was so confused. Yeah, it's because one has like a turkey stand. Okay. Man, that really puzzled me for a second. Lemon's out here creating masterpiece after masterpiece. She is. Love that you call it the nut lamp. Yeah, the backstory behind the nut lamp is that, like, I always forget what it's really called. Like, Tree Bounty's lamp is a little too hard for my pea brain to remember, so it's just easier to remember nut lamp. Y'all, I have never been more confused in my life. I have no idea what's going on here. Why can I not make this symmetrical? Oh no. No. This is terrible. I hate myself right now. I really truly do. I somehow set up this whole rectangle in a non-symmetrical fashion. F. Wow, okay. I guess I gotta go and demolish a line of cliff over here. Man, that really puzzled me. That was quite the mystery, quite the Nancy Drew that I just pulled. You think a New Leaf Town will take you longer than a New Horizons island? Well, let me know if you're embracing that or not. If you ever want me to speed it up for you, I might be able to hack you a few things, like a few items that you're after, if you're like eager to finish your town or something. But maybe you'll like the feeling of having like a long journey ahead of you, and I know sometimes people feel differently about that. Like you either love that or you don't. Like some people criticize New Horizons for being too easy or whatever. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if New Horizons is any easier. I still think it's hard to collect all the DIYs. In my first island, I don't have all the DIYs yet. I don't know if you all do in your OG islands, but I think there's some hefty tasks to do in New Horizons if you don't use treasure islands. You think the mop chairs need the bushes in front of them? Mop chairs? What are the mop chairs? I'm sorry, Kathy, I don't know what... maybe I'm too behind. One of my teachers mentioned dark and I totally thought of you. Oh, is your teacher a dark fan? How did that come up in conversation? Oh, Kathy was over here trying to show me the light, show me my error. I'm glad I figured it out eventually, though. Thank you for the F in chat. Good night, Cammie. Thank you for being here for so long. Hope you have a great night. It is getting a little bit late, isn't it? I might stream for a little while longer, though, because I want to make some more progress on this area, and I'll be live for any night owls still around. But it is getting late for a quote-unquote school night. I said that once recently and I cracked myself up because like I'm in my later 20s and I said, oh well, you know, it's a school night. Okay. So this is how it's looking so far. I wonder if I could use another tree over here. Could I do another tree? That help things? Maybe like a tree right here? I think I want another teenager tree. I don't know if I have one though. I'll just use like an oak tree in the meantime and imagine that it's smaller. Oh, the mop chairs? Mop chairs, moon chairs, that's hilarious. What an autocorrect. Epic autocorrect from Kathy. Mop chairs. New Horizons isn't easy. Try catching a scorpion and tell me the game isn't easy. Yeah, it's hard to complete the museum too, especially gathering all those artworks if you do it the long way. I know a lot of people trade for artworks though, which is very valid, but there are ways you can make it hard if you want to. One of my early community members, they like had a goal to get every single model in the game, like all the different fish and bug models, so you can imagine that would take a long time to catch 3 of every single type of fish or bug. Just trying to collect the villager photos. Yeah, the museum. I don't really get into those sorts of goals though. I guess I'm a creative goal type of person, which we're all valid. Mop chairs. I'm just kind of visualizing like a mop chair in my head now. Sitting on a mop. That's another new Leaf item I'm not sure carried over. I think there used to be like some sort of mop that, like a little mop bucket or something. Oh, you like it so far, Simi? Oh, that means a lot. I'm really insecure with it, so I appreciate it. We were doing critiques and someone's piece reminded her of Dark. Ah, that like kind of excites me. I would love to see it. Okay. I wish I could put a cypress plant here, but then technically I couldn't hide it. So I guess I can't put one there. I can still put the like turkey stand there though. Oh no, don't be embarrassed, Kathy. I think it's kind of funny. I like when funny typos happened. One of my stream quotes I think is just in memoriam of like a funny typo. Let me see if I can go find it. Oh yeah, it's like quote 4. See if you can catch the typo here. I was looking through your website and it looks like some of the dream addresses for New Leaf Towns have expired or were wiped out previously. You would be devastated if they ever did that for New Horizons. Yeah, there was the infamous like dream address wipe of the Welcome Amiibo update. It really like genuinely to some extent bummed me out and made me sad, even though the Welcome Amiibo update was so exciting and fun and added so many different items to the game. It was so tragic that all those great dream addresses were lost and they gave us no warning. Like I would have totally visited a few of my favorites one more time, but I didn't know they were gonna do that. But yeah, it was the Welcome Amiibo update great dream address wipe of like 2016 or something like that. And also with New Leaf, periodically they would go through, and if a dream address didn't get enough visits, they would just sort of subtly release it from the dream address database. I saw it in action once with someone I know, like their dream address, someone I knew in real life, like they were just a casual player and they weren't like an online person, so there weren't a lot of people to know their dream address. And sure enough, their dream address got wiped. But here in New Horizons, I mean, I was concerned about it, but it doesn't seem to be the case. It feels like our dream addresses are here forever, in New Horizons at least. Okay. Do you all like the crescent moon chairs here? I just can't decide. I struggle with them so much. Keep in mind, this is gonna be a crescent moon mosaic. So maybe I have enough crescent moons going on and I shouldn't be trying to take away from the mosaic, but then again, maybe this helps like hint at the mosaic. Maybe I should point them like a different way or something. Does that look better? I only care about the museum and such on my main island, but I gave up on my Critterpedia a while ago. Yeah. Even on your main island, you gave up on your Critterpedia? I sort of am the same way, but I've also kind of given up over in my main island, Athalia, where I just prefer focusing on aesthetic goals. And I figure that that's valid, but if there is an island I do care about more and might go back to one day, it's probably my OG island. Because I actually did make some progress on it. Back when New Horizons was new and I wasn't like a time traveler yet, I actually did spend a lot of time fishing, so if you go in Athalia's museum, it's actually got some stuff in it. Maybe not as much as some people, but it's got a few things. Yeah, I think it was a server space issue about the deleting dream address things. The last that I know, I think mine is still up. Lemons, if you ever want mine, or maybe you can find it over like on my blog or website or whatever you want to call it. But I feel like mine is still up there. I never really had to worry about mine getting taken down because mine was spread on social media and stuff, so my dream address wasn't wiped out until the Welcome Amiibo update, and I think it's still there to this day. I mean, the last time that I updated it was a really long time ago, and it had like 4,000 people. That was before New Horizons came out, well before, so I kind of wonder how many like it racked up eventually. Well, I don't know, I just can't really get behind the crescent moon shares. I feel like maybe I should just let this crescent moon mosaic do the talking as far as crescents in the area, so I'll try to do it without the crescent moon shares. You've seen people use the crescent moon shares like vertically as lighted columns. That's interesting. You think the chairs are too white? Yeah, but the pink crescent moon chairs are just too pink for me. You know, I would really love like an off-white crescent moon chair. Like, give me like a white that isn't bluish. Like, give me a white that's maybe like halfway between white and yellow. I would freaking love that. That would fill a void that I require. You're gonna try so hard not to time travel in New Leaf. I really want to feel the nostalgia of the old days when I played Wild World and City Folk. Aw, well that makes me happy to hear, and that comforts me a little that you won't feel like as impatient with your progress with New Leaf, because I do worry with how much you're able to churn out islands and these beautiful works of art and New Horizons that maybe going back to square one in New Leaf would be like unfulfilling to you or something, but it sounds like you're in for a journey that would be cozy and remind you of the old times, so I'm happy about that. Oh yeah, QR codes, that'll be interesting to search for. There's definitely still a lot online, but you'll probably, like, Google search will maybe be a little frustrating, and then it'll probably show you like New Horizons codes all the time, and you'll have to like sift through them to get to the New Leaf stuff that you'll be after. Trying to figure out if I like this or not. Do you like the orange one? The orange one, I mean, I like all of them, but the orange one I don't think would match my town. I think it's a little too neon for an off-white moon share, if that's why you're suggesting it, Posdio. Oh, and hi, Ari. What's the tall item that the planters on either side? Yeah, they're called upright lockers as far as the game. There's the name for it right there. And it comes in some different colors. So you could technically get some, I don't know, goth black upright lockers with some... Am I wrong? I think there's a black biotope planter. And anyway, you could like make some different colored columns if you want to. Oh, thank you, Kathy. Yeah, I would love a warm white moon chair. It kind of makes me mad that they don't have one. Like, they don't know our needs. That's one of the first things you learn about in art, right, Venus? There's the titanium white. There's like the warm white. Anyway, there's different shades of white. Like that comes into play when you're an artist and you choose like the shade of white that's like the background for your paper. There's a whole like warm and cool grayscale. Why am I here? Oh yeah, the turkey stands. I need some of these. You remember winning a crescent moon share in chat a long time ago, Jules? Yeah, that was my first kind of memory of you in a way. It might sound bad because you might have been in chat in other ways before winning that, but I think that was the first time that you and I interacted in a more, like, I don't know, personable way, was doing that giveaway. And it's really sweet that we've gotten even closer after all this time. I can't believe I did a giveaway back then for just a single crescent moon share. Like, what the heck? Things were wild back then, though. We used to, like, fawn over the weirdest things, like the Iron Garden binge, the Garden Wagon. Like, these were just, like, these super hot items to us. We would all, like, squabble over them. Oh, that's a nice quote by Hammy. That was back when I had my, my Moon City. I do plan on putting the Moon City back, and that's part of why I've shifted some things around in Citalune lately. It's because I do want to bring the Moon City back and actually, like, finish it this time. But this is the infamous, like, Moon City that was kind of like an illusion build that had a bunch of different, like, houses and just illusionistic sort of items. I tried to take some pictures of it in case I recreate it. Evidently, I left out the picture where Flurry was trapped amongst the Moon City. Oh, look at her and Diana. Oh. Just gonna watch this little memory here. Oh, look at them being gal pals. Oh. Wait, what? What is going on? Okay. I think this is why I recorded this video. There's just a lot happening in these 30 seconds. The villagers are like glitching out. I think that's why I took that video. Did you all see that? They go from so many different things in that 30 seconds. I think my game was like having a moment there. Oh, thank you, Ari. I'm glad you're liking how it's looking. I think I'm liking it a little bit more myself, too. I wasn't very hopeful at the beginning of stream, but I think I'm getting somewhere now. I need more of those star clocks, though. It's just a constant, like, piping back to my house for things, damn it. You're gonna visit the ACNL Citalune? Oh, lemons, that makes me happy. I hope you like it. I'm gonna change the song. Maybe one day I'll go through and remove like all the extended versions that find their way into my playlists. I'm almost kind of mad at extended versions of songs just on YouTube because it makes it so hard to find like 5-minute versions of songs. Feels like almost everything you look up is an extended version. It's really annoying. But I'm a grumpy I'm a grumpy playlist maker. Okay, let's customize some of these. You were barely in chat before the giveaway, Jules. Oh, well, I'm glad we got to like kind of meet in that way. I remember seeing your island's flyover back then. And I'm glad you were hyped about that single crescent moon share. Yeah, before Treasure Islands, or at least like back when they were a lot more rare, they really popped off at a certain point. People were feral for the Ironwood series and the cutting board. Yeah. I remember I felt so cool because like I had the Ironwood DIYs and the cutting board like early on. I was like, oh yeah, look at me. What was one that I didn't have for a while though? Yeah, I think I was after the garden wagon for a hot minute. And some people had all the luck with the Celeste DIYs. And some people did not. I know Hella Blue in the community, like she really had to wait a long time for the Crescent Moon Share DIY. In fact, I think I hacked it for her. Like she just really needed that and I was like, oh, well, I'm just gonna hack that for you, Helly. But there's a lot of Celeste DIYs that are less than stellar. There's like all the wands, the UFO stuff if you're not into that. Early New Horizons was all about the cutting board and Raymond. Yeah, I feel like Raymond's kind of fallen in popularity. I wonder why that happened. Yeah, that's our story, Hammy. Flurry wasn't trapped. She chose to be there. She was vibing. Yeah, that was quite the moment. I'm kind of into it. I might like kind of cut that down and post it on Twitter or something. I think that's a pretty funny little thing that I captured there. Oh, that was a new quote I added from the last stream. We were talking about like all our counterculture phases and whether we were goth or emo or and I mentioned that I had a bit of a hipster phase when I was younger and Nimley had that to say. It was a cute moment. Oh, and hi Marielle, welcome in. How are you? And good night, Lee. Hope you have a wonderful night's sleep. Thank you so much for being here and for everyone being here in general. It was a big support to my charity campaign, and it's really nice to bounce ideas off of you all for this area that's given me a lot of trouble. I was trying to figure out this area earlier and I don't know, I was having a lot of trouble with it. I think we've made some good progress. Oh no, you got the mini acorn 2 streams in a row, Lemons. There's something about the mini acorn that's a little unsatisfying because the rotten acorn at least has that like shock factor of it being rotten. I remember crafting ironwood furniture for all my friends. Yeah. I remember we had a very infamous, honestly, I kind of shudder to think of it because it really like did a number on me. I was like, I never want to do a catalog party again. I think enough time has passed that I can speak honestly about this. But we had this catalog party way back when. It was a table-themed catalog party, but people brought more than just tables. I had practically my whole island like filled with people's stuff, and it was a nightmare of cleanup, man. But I think a lot of people did get a lot of help out of that, and it really helped boost our catalogs at the beginning that we all touched all those items. But then if we just waited a few short months, Treasure Islands would have become a thing, so it was all for naught if you take into account the Treasure Island boom, but we worked hard and hustled on that catalog party, and I kind of swore off of them. It's like, I don't know if I can do this again. The one and only Forest Fam catalog party. Aw, thank you, Simi. So have you. I remember you helped us out with the Toy Day items the last Christmas. Feels like so long ago. I guess it was kind of long ago in a way. We're already like most of the way through 2021, so maybe Christmas 2020 should feel a little bit of like a while ago. You're asking about the dodo code? Oh no, I think I did the same thing that I did last time. This time I'll try to find a solution for it. Let me see if I have a charger next to my computer. Y'all can take a gander at Dusty, see what Dusty's up to, and I'm gonna try to find my charger. Alright, let's just make it a Dusty stream for like a minute. Dusty, entertain the chat. Alright, I think I have retrieved my charger from cable management hell, and it is now connected to my Switch. Let me just open that gate again, and the dodo code will probably have to be a new one. Thank you for entertaining the stream, Dusty, while I was in cable management hell. Oh, you just woke up, Mary? It's 4 a.m. It sounds like that's kind of when I would wake up for work. That's kind of early. I set my alarm for 4:30 a.m. on work days. I'll never forget how crazy everyone was about the Mush set back in the beginning months of New Horizons. Yeah, well, that hype was real. I mean, I still think the Mush set is one of the best sets in the game. So, I believe that, and I still think there's hype around it. I'm kind of proud of myself for... I collected the Mush series DIYs naturally, I think, and I really did hustle for it because I was motivated, because those were amazing. But yeah, I'm kind of proud that I collected those the natural way. The Cherry Blossom set. Oh no, there was so much angst about the Cherry Blossom set. It was so hard to get those DIYs from the balloons because it had to compete with the Bunny Day balloons. I think to this day, I don't think I've gotten all of them legit, but I have, you know, I have the ability to do whatever I want now with my spicy Switch. But I was never able to get all of those legit. It just seemed impossible to me. Alright, so I'm working on getting a dodo code out for if anyone wants to come and raid that item with all the islands anymore. Oh, I like this song. Okay, the dodo code's been updated. I'm glad I found my charger. I was jealous of the Southern Hemisphere getting the Mush set early. Yeah, I remember being kind of envious too, but I like having Northern Hemisphere islands because I just can't relate to what the seasons are in the Southern Hemisphere at all. like Simi. Simi's over in Australia. Cable management hell, yeah, it's real. I don't really know like what streamers do to do cable management. Do they just like have lots of cord clips and stuff? Like, I don't really know how you do it. I'd have to like watch a video on it. I'm not really good with like having the mental patience to watch tutorial vids on YouTube. I'm a little too ADHD for that. Alright, I wonder if this is looking good. I might be overusing the azalea bushes, but I feel like this is looking more how I would want it to look. Wow, okay, yeah. I kind of like how when you stand right here, you can see the foliage of the trees in the foreground, and you can see the foliage of the trees in the background, and it almost like kind of meets together and forms a crescent. So I think this might be the final layout is what I'm working towards now. I'm glad I'm making progress here. I just don't really know what to do over here. Let's just try things out, I guess. Maybe we can try another column or another tree or a nut lamp. Yeah, feel free, Hammy. No hesitations at all. Go and take as much stuff as you want. The mush set hype is totally legit. I love those items, but people used to try and sell the crafted items and the DIYs for the most ridiculous price on the Facebook groups I'm in. Yeah, that hustle, those like Nookazon prices. I remember like crying. I was legit like, maybe not full on tears, but I was distraught at how much it would cost me on Nookazon to get like a beautiful statue or something. Because I was not getting that look from Red, man. I don't know if I ever saw a single marble statue at Red's. I saw some of the other weird statues, like, you know, that one we all know and love, the ancient statue. Like, I saw a few of those, but I never saw a marble statue at Red's to save my life, and I looked up the price on Nookazon. I was so upset. I was like, I don't know how I can ever get these. And now look at me now, just spicy switching it up. I like it, to be honest. It might be fun to look back on having to get everything legit, but I like having that freedom to just be creative, and if you want to use like 20 beautiful statues in a build, you can. I mean, I like that freedom. But I've seen some other people say that it extends the life in the game if you play it legit. You know, like we can just sort of get things so quickly now, and that can just take away the length of time in the game. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Lizzie. Are you talking about my real life fit? I do kind of like the fact, the entire week that I've done the charity campaigns, I have like actually not worn pajama pants for the sake of, normally I wear pajama pants on stream, but since technically there is a redemption for the Just Dance, it's one of the higher ones for the charity campaign. I actually do like wear like a little skirt with my outfit. So look at me looking all presentable. Oh, you're welcome, Gaming Goth GF. Definitely enjoy and take as much as you need. Sorry that my Switch ran out of batteries. At least I know where the cord is now. You can check on Dusty, see what she's doing. Oh, look at her, look at her. Oh my god. She looks so cute. Oh. I love her. Oh, these two are chatting. Maybe we can eavesdrop on them. Oh, look at that cutie. Dusty. Look at her eyeballs moving. She's so cute. I love her. I'm kind of freaking out right now, but I guess we'll go back to my game. This kind of reminds me of our conversation about cartoons earlier. This sounds like some of the stuff you all were talking about, like stuff you watched when you were kids. What, T-Bone? You mean you don't watch Slappy Clobbertown? You're so missing out. It's the best show on TV that isn't about music. TV is too fast-paced. I like reading books. I can take my time, you know? You're totes in luck. Slappy Clobbertown is based on a series of novels. Here's the first one. Oh, did they just like hand over a book? That was adorable. Oh, well, if it's a book, sing a song of Clobbertown, huh? So this is a fun read? Yes, I love it. Everybody loves it. Folks cosplay as, get tattoos of, and name their children after characters. Oh, this is such a modern dialogue right here. You're into Slap Clob, aren't you, Estelle? Should I be a square and be honest? Or say, like, I cry at every episode? I think these are, like, the funny ones. Dusty really posing for us. I know, let's see if she's still in that pose. I think she is. She's just sort of settled down there. Oh my god. What a baby. You want to say, like, you love Slap Clob? Alright. We can't be a square. We have to know what they're talking about. Oh no, I accidentally pressed A across one of the dialogues. I think she's describing the show for us. The town is against them, but they slap and clobber at their enemies, and they keep on loving. I don't know about all the slapping, but it must be pretty good if Estelle likes it. Fact, the books are great, but the show is great too. After you read all the novels, we can watch it together. 600 episodes? And they're only up to the 4th book? Lots of time to catch up before the next season? Oh my god. T-Bone just called Rosie a moocher. Jules is triggered right now. Now, I can't help the feeling you played me like one of your video games, but let's get slapping. What the heck? That was so weird. I had never seen that dialogue before. I do get a little excited sometimes when they're talking to each other, because sometimes I see dialogue that I haven't seen. I think it can be cute sometimes. I don't really remember like why I ran over here. Why did I run over here? I made Citronella a Southern Hemisphere island on a whim, but it doesn't really impact anything because I stay within the same 2-week period all the time. Yeah, I used to think I was weird for that, but maybe a lot of people do that because it is important. Like if you're creating your town for a certain time period, you gotta know what it looks like during that time period. Oh, and sure, Iris. Yeah, feel free to go and grab some stuff. It's mostly just an assortment of items that I was thinking of maybe using for my mountain build, but there are some goodies. And you can see what the mountain build looks like without the wide-angle lens. It's fun to do everything legit when the game is new, but at this point I'd rather focus on the creativity. Yeah, same. I feel the same way about time travel. I like to give myself maybe a period of time where I don't time travel and I'm just soaking up at the game, but eventually like I've had my fill of that and I just want to be like creative and stuff. It's been 2 months already, Shy? What the heck? I remember back when you first created your island, Shy. I can't believe it's been 2 months already. But Yeah, you did 2 months without time traveling or treasure islanding and then was like, well, I have too many ideas now. I'd probably have to go and look for when I first time traveled. I remember I was doing a Jeopardy game. You can actually still see that Jeopardy game in my highlights if you're curious about how that went down. But we played a game of Jeopardy in my island, and I had to like time travel in order to get all the podiums in time and like the judges' bells, the things that we were going to use for the Jeopardy game. And that was like the first time I time traveled, and then it kind of like opened the door. And it's like, well, I've done it now, so now I'm gonna keep doing it. And I feel like it's the way for so many things. Like if you're trying to quit something, like sometimes I have tried to quit soda before, and I pretty much have to go like cold turkey as I take a sip. I have to go cold turkey, or else if I just have one, then I start to have like more. And I had that same psychology with time travel, like, oh, well, I've done it, so now I've got to keep doing it. The length of your game might be extended, but are you really having fun to grind bells and buy things from Nookazon instead of spending the time decorating? Exactly! You know, I do know some like purists in this regard, like some purist people, and that's my view on it, is like, time is precious. Time is, you know, a precious thing, so you're essentially just grinding away, like spending your time on just trying to get something. And I guess the satisfaction might be worth it. You know, there's that charm of playing Legit for a while, but eventually you just want to get creative. Oh, you're looking for white lilies, Kathy? Like in that island? I kind of need white lilies too. I'm kind of like also in that boat. Do you all like the white lilies right here? Like, do you think that those look good around that area? I wonder if I should use the white windflowers instead, because I seem to use them a lot in this area until I get to the incline, and then all of a sudden it changes to the windflowers. Whatever, I might do that later. I might like swap out the flowers. Why am I always running out of the turkey stands? Here's one. Oh yeah, I was looking for lilies. Chat is actually like not super behind. Sometimes I just ramble, and then during the case that I'm rambling, chat continues to move on, and then I catch up to it after I'm done rambling. Ooh. Alright. I think I like that. Because it really does like frame the crescent. Alright. The last question, do I want like one more tree in this corner, or should I do a cypress plant? We'll just try both, see which one looks better. Oh, thank you, Kathy. Huh, well the tree looks pretty good. I should just do another tree. But the problem is I don't have teenager trees right now, and that's probably what I would want right there. It also might just hide that lovely column too much. So we'll try a cypress plant. Yeah, I love cypress plants too. It's gotta be like, if I had to objectively maybe pick a favorite item or a most useful item, I think it's gotta be cypress. But if I had to pick a favorite item in a different way, maybe I would pick something more fancy, like one of the harps or something like that. Speaking of cypress, that's what I want to put right here. Yay, I have one. You think pink lilies would pop better next to the white stone pathway? Ooh, that's a good suggestion. It also might match the white azaleas, the white azaleas that are more pink than white. I guess the reason why I don't, though, is because as much as this town has pink accents, I would still like the pink to overall be accents. I think if my town becomes too pink, then I feel like it wouldn't be true to Citalune. But I'm okay with some pink accents. Alright, now I've just got to do the same thing on the other side. And then I think we've successfully tackled this area. I'm so happy. And there's still a half space available, like next to the simple panels. So I've mentioned it before, but it's one of my goals to make face cutout standees to resemble like stained glass windows or like just windows into a castle wall. And then that'll help like dress up all the places that I use like panel walls, like right here, to have like maybe some mosaic moon stained glass windows to mirror the ground. And so I could use those up there too if they look good. Is there a public works project in New Leaf that's like a cypress plant? Any New Leaf experts that might know that answer better? I actually can't pull up every single public works project in my head, but I don't think so. There is a cypress plant item, but you can't put furniture outside in New Leaf, but there is one that you can put in your house, and it always cracks me up whenever I see that cypress plant in any of my old New Leaf rooms, because the item didn't have the same like meme quality that it does for me now. Like it's almost become a meme for me at this point, how much I love the cypress plants. But in New Leaf I didn't really have that backstory with them, so whenever I see myself having used those cypress plants back in New Leaf, I'm just like, if only you knew how much you would love them in the next game. Trying to look for like white windflowers. I'm pretty low on flowers though. I might just have to like kind of chill out for now and use different flowers in the meantime. It's been 3 months since I started. No, it hasn't, Shy. I can't believe it. It feels like you just started your island yesterday. Oh, look at you, 410 hours into the game. You're a true, like, New Horizons fanatic like us all now. Oh yeah, the topiaries. You're right, Therapy. Thank you for answering, Therapy. There's the topiaries. You get those from Leaf, believe it or not. Some Leaf hype in the chat. And there's this item that looks like a lit up cone that's supposed to be like an illuminated tree. I'm not sure if we have those in New Horizons. Do we have the illuminated trees in New Horizons? I know we have like deer and the present. And oh yeah, we do. It's really big though, isn't it? Isn't it like a really, really big tree that's illuminated in this game? Yeah, there's like a cute little one in a New Leaf. Yeah, I'm kind of sad the topiaries aren't a thing here in this game, but there is that Easter topiary. I find stuff like that so frustrating when they like give us something that we want, but in a format that's not very versatile, like the ice column. They could have just given us a Greek column or had it be customizable to be plain white like a Greek column, but no, they had to make it ice. They finally gave us a topiary. Could have, made it a general topiary or be customized to a general topiary. But no. They had to make it a bunny with an Easter egg in its mouth or something like that. I've seen some people use that in cute ways, though. Alright, so I think I'm gonna have to mess with the flowers in this area because I'm insecure that it goes from white windflowers to lilies. I might have to figure out what I'm doing there, but I really like the construction of everything. Oh, thank you for the leaf hype. He's such a good character. I really liked Leaf. What he brought to the table. Or brought to the garden. He had such a cute shop in Animal Crossing 2, like in New Leaf, I mean. Like, I really loved his flower shop, and I got kind of sad whenever I progressed to the point when his shop would merge with the main shop. I guess I'm kind of spoiling things for Lemons. I need to shut up. Oh, I need one more thing. I need like a Turkey Day stand. Your mountain build is beautiful. Oh, thank you, Venus. Do you think it still looks okay even without the wide angle lens? Does it still look kind of mountainish? I try not to look at it too much without the wide angle lens because I know I didn't really intend it to be viewed that way. Yeah, definitely. Take all the forsythias you like. I'm glad you found them and found a good use, something that'll help you out. Oh my gosh! Okay, I love this pan up right here. Ah. We're not even quite done yet either. There's still one more layer. There's like whatever I do on top, like this part up here, I assume will create some height and an additional little layer. So I'm just so excited that it's got such pan up ability. Pan up potential. Yeah, do you already know a lot about New Leaf, Lemons? Like how spoiled are you gonna be maybe, or like is it pretty new to you? Oh, thank you, Venus. Oh, the moons don't show. Yeah, that's the biggest reason why I did the wide angle lens. You can still do what I was trying to do without a wide angle lens, but it takes a lot more pattern work. In fact, our friend Winter has done a build like that. And since she's Sweet Winter in the community, and I want to hype her up, I want to show off a build that she's done before where she actually took the time to do some panels in a way that would not like hide the item on top of it. But in order to do this, I'm gonna have to go Invisible Amy real quick. Alright, so this is Winter's Animal Crossing Instagram. And with her Moomin House build, in order for it to work properly and hide the things properly, she had to like make a different panel for every single usage of it. Whereas me with my wide angle lens, since the wide angle lens takes away curvature, it means that something like this Moomin House would look totally different because of the lack of curvature, and Winter might not have had to make so many different patterns. But it also might have looked completely different. But anyway, I don't know if I'm making any sense, but I could have maybe made a panel with like a sliver of moon at the top of it and not done the wide angle lens, but the wide angle lens was easier. Alright, But yeah, that's a really cool build by Winter. All right, let me get away from this. What was I doing? Oh yeah, getting turkey stands. Mark, MTC, thank you so much. Oh, thank you for 9 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for all your sweet support for 9 whole months. That's such a long time, and that's a really cool milestone here on Twitch. Congrats on your fully grown tree badge. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here and for supporting the stream and that love. And thanks for the hype and love in chat. I'm trying to understand as much as possible prior to playing, but it's foreign to me. I was so disappointed to find out about the grass deterioration today. Oh, try not to worry about it too much. The grass deterioration is really slow. It's actually frustratingly slow for me because I liked the dirt paths. But then again, in City Folk, if you remember City Folk, which I know you're a fan of, so I'm a little surprised to hear you say that because I remember you saying you really like City Folk. But yeah, in City Folk, the grass deterioration was really severe. And it's not anywhere like that in New Leaf. It's actually like so slow. I have trouble upkeeping my dirt paths sometimes. And that's part of why I don't really play New Leaf or try to upkeep it much anymore. It's just like too hard. So I wouldn't worry about accidentally creating dirt paths. I would just worry about like if you want to have them or not and whether you want to try to maintain them and run over them every day. Because that's basically what you gotta do. In winter, just forget about winter time. You're not gonna be able to keep them during winter. They're gonna be gone in winter. The snow covers them up. Don't even try. Oh, thank you, Iris. I'm glad you like it. I'm really liking how it's coming out too. I'm gonna finally add some star clocks to those turkey stands that are like at the base of the inclines. They've been missing those for quite a while. Oh, and hi Sam, welcome in. How are you today? What is this song? Cyanwood. I think this is my favorite Pokemon song ever. Do y'all have like a favorite Pokemon Town song? Because I think mine's gotta be this one. It's a little surprising to me because my favorite gen is the gen that has Diamond and Pearl in it. Like that one's my favorite. I love the Diamond and Pearl like Sinnoh region. But I think this one's my favorite of the town songs. Okay, the only thing I wonder is if those star clocks right there, do you think they're too gaudy as far as seeing them from a distance? I guess not. I guess it just helps add to the whimsy of the area, and they kind of blend in with the azalea bushes, which is the entire like concept behind using them. So I guess it's okay. And then you approach, and then you see the other ones, and you'll see the crescent moon mosaic. I've really got to bang that out sometime so that this area can be complete. I was doing some pattern slot math earlier today. Like I was just like typing this stuff in a notepad, like what's 12 plus 36 plus 12 plus 8? I was like adding up all the different mosaics and like big pattern stuff I want to do. That'll be so nice once I get to it one day. I love City Folk, but the grass deterioration was miserable, but glad to hear it's a slower process in New Leaf. I like the idea of dirt paths, but I want to figure out where I want them to go before they show up. Yeah, you have to explicitly kind of want them. Well, unless you're just kind of like a bit of a weirdo who runs on the exact same path every day without trying. I'm not really like that in Animal Crossing. Like, I tend to just run everywhere, so City Folk would be a nightmare for me if I didn't pay attention to grassware because I would end up with a desert. But yeah, my dad, he actually had a really cool new Leaf Town where he didn't really try to create dirt paths, I think, but he was just, like I said, weirdo that would run on the same path every day. And his paths were so natural and organic, and like they didn't even really look super planned because they weren't, but they were like dirt paths leading around town. It was really cool. My dad had a pretty nice new Leaf Town for the little effort that he put into it. I think if there's one parent that I get my perfectionism and eye for design from, it's probably my dad, but I get more into it than he does. But yeah, it was cool to see what he did in a New Leaf. I'm trying to fill in these holes here. Y'all, is that all the way to the edge? Oh, it is. Okay, that's good. What's your favorite Pokemon? Oh, thank you for asking. My favorite Pokemon is Clefairy. I've thought about having a Clefairy emote, but I don't really play a lot of Pokemon on here, so I don't think it would make a lot of sense. But the reason why I like Clefairy is I have this bit of a thing where a Pokemon impresses me a little less if it looks exactly like an animal. Like if it's basically just like, oh, let's take this animal and turn it into a Pokemon. I take away points for creativity, but Clefairy is like this just star-shaped new animal that's not based off of an animal in real life. Comes from Mount Moon, has like a cool origin story from space. You know how I love space. It's just a really cool Pokemon. I heard that part of the reason why Clefairy has as much backstory as it does is originally it was going to be the Pikachu. Like that was the OG plan, and then they changed it to Pikachu. So Clefairy was maybe originally going to have a bigger role than it ended up having. Oh, and another reason why I like it, have y'all heard the theory that Gengar is like the shadow of Clefairy? That was like in a lot of old copy pastas back in the day, or copy pastas, whatever you want to say it. But a lot of people say that Gengar is like the shadow of Clefairy in particular. You like Togepi? Oh, I really like Togepi too, and I like its evolutions. I like how it became Togekiss in my favorite Pokemon gen, the Sinnoh gen. That's one of the reasons why I like the Sinnoh gen. It gave us some new evolutions. It gave us some new evolutions for past Pokemon like Togepi. You like the star clocks? Oh, thank you, Lemons. Oh, you don't think my designing ever looks gaudy, Iris? Oh, that's sweet. Neither does yours, unless we mean gaudy to mean like super awesome, which I guess it can mean that if you're going for a gaudy look. Like maybe Kidcore kind of goes for a gaudy look. Kidcore is one thing I just can't wrap my head around designing. I don't think I could do Kidcore. Kidcore people are like the gods of Animal Crossing, the way that they can like actually do that theme. I don't know how they do it. I don't know enough about like kids stuff to arrange it in an aesthetic way. You love Vulpix and Ninetales? Ah, that's a really good Pokemon too. Which one do you like better, Mandy Cat? Do you like the fairy Ninetales or the fire Ninetales? Which one's your favorite? Oh, you're welcome, Venus. I'm glad you got some Forsythias. If you need to make another trip, feel free. I can leave it open for a bit longer, especially now that I have my charging cord. But you probably have to maybe get back to your drawing or something. I hope your drawing assignments went well. And hopefully it'll save you some like time travel mail type stuff. time travel mailbox shenanigans. Oh, and good night, Lemons. I hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow, too. And thank you so much for being here and chatting with me, helping me out with this area. And thanks again for letting me tour your island yesterday and talk to you about New Leaf. I hope it gets here soon, and enjoy the rest of your week. Hope work is nice and easy. You like the original Fire Ninetales, though? Ah, interesting. I feel like the fairy one became like so popular. Okay, do y'all want to hear a critique that I have for this area? Let me know if you think I'm being crazy or not. So you know the crescent moon shape that I'm trying to mimic? Do you think that these ones right here ruin it? Because it would be a crescent moon shape in the turkey garden stands if it weren't for these. Now it kind of forms an oval. So do you think I should maybe take these away, or if that's something I should just like lock in my head and maybe try later to see if I like it better without these ones? Because these ones make it so that the turkey garden stands, they aren't in a crescent moon, which is part of the whole point of like trying to mirror that shape. So yeah, let me know what you think, or if you think I'm just being silly. It does look nice on the pan-up view, so maybe that's what I should value more. And then up here, I'm probably gonna plant some more like azaleas and hedges and things like that. Might start to run out of hedges. Or run out of azaleas, rather. I love the vibe of Kidcore Islands, but it seems like a super challenging theme. Yeah, I'd really like to tour a Kidcore Island sometime. I feel like I don't really visit them a whole lot. I need to go and find the best Kidcore dream addresses. Let me know if anyone knows any off the top of their head. Oh, you're not in class anymore? That's good. I hope your class went well. Snorlax is your favorite? Oh, that's cool. Do you think Snorlax is a cat or like a bear? I always thought he was kind of like a funny play on a big, giant, lazy cat. Let's see if our lazy cat is still back there. Oh, she is. Oh, she's so cute. Didn't I say that I was gonna do a Dusty hug? I'll do a Dusty hug before the end of stream. I think I might still owe those. I got so wrapped up in this build because, yeah, the $10 donations unlock the Dusty hug. Oh yeah, and feel free to enjoy the dodo, exclamation point dodo. It's not a full-fledged treasure island, but it does have some goodies on it, like flowers, materials, some fun items that I was going to use for a build. You like the look, but get what you mean about it removes the crescent moon appearance. Yeah, I feel the same way. I might just have to try something else and see if I like it better without the, without it ruining the crescent moon. Oh, so you're not sure if it's a cat, but it does have a cat personality. I thought Snorlax had kind of pointed ears, but I'm not totally sure if it's a cat or not. Oh yeah, she is pretty peaceful. It looks like she woke up though. Maybe a good opportunity to try the Dusty hug. She always gets up. It's kind of annoying. Whenever, like, I get up, she gets up. So we'll see if she cooperates here. Oh, I switched it back to me. I was, like, scratching my shoulder. I switched it back to me. That's funny. I meant to switch scenes. There we go. Oh, let's go give you a hug, Dusty. Ready for a hug? No, you better not move. Oh, look at you cooperating. Did you all see the ear flick? She gave me an ear flick. That's hilarious when cats like you're like getting up in their business and they do the little ear flick. She did it again. The ear flick of denial. Oh, she's so cute. Yeah, there's some Dusty hugs for the thank yous for charity. I really appreciate you all supporting that with me. I wasn't sure if I had the energy for like a charity stream, but then I was like, oh, my stream team is doing it and it's a good cause for animal welfare. Let me see if I can try to help them out. So I'm so glad that it worked out all right and was such a success. God, I love this time of day here. It's so... I don't know, there's something really pretty about this sunset. I might be kind of torn with Citalune whether I would go with like 7 a.m. or, well, 6 a.m. rather, or something like a sunset time. Like I might be kind of torn. It might depend on how some of my forced perspective, like illusion builds look, because I think the appeal with 6 a.m. is that it's early enough in the morning to look kind of dreamy. But it's also like clear enough to where the forced perspective illusion builds look okay. Because the more that it becomes like dark and less visible, the illusion builds and forced perspectives, they aren't as visible anymore. Yeah, the sky gradient does look really nice right now. Well, I might need to replenish my supplies before I make too much more progress. I guess technically, if I wanted to keep going, I could maybe like fly over to my own like treasure island. I think I have a lot of azalea bushes over there. So that is a fun thought. Let me like see what my treasure island status of azaleas are. But otherwise I'm at a bit of a roadblock as far as continuing on, because I don't have any more azaleas really. Yeah, I really go through them quickly in this town. Do any of you have like a bush that you just have like everywhere in your towns? I feel like this is my first island that's kind of like that. And a lot of my other islands I use bushes more sparsely. Oh, Ara! Thank you so much. I'm glad you like it. Welcome in. I hope you're having a nice evening. This is supposed to be like kind of a celestial, elegant core island. I still have a lot more like pattern work and stuff to do. Like I want to make some more of these like mosaic paths and stuff. You went flying over Venus as soon as I checked. That's hilarious. I can't believe that you noticed that. Your like intuition to like pick up what I was doing and what was happening. You're so You're hilarious. I wasn't expecting anyone to notice that. Use the sweet olives a lot. Oh, do you have like a nice autumnal island therapy? Are you ever gonna show off your island via like a town tour? The channel points therapy? I feel like I might want to kind of hide this a bit. It bugs me that you can see the simple panels. So maybe when I have villager homes, they'll be far enough away to where they're not in eyesight of this. I don't know, or maybe I just have to get over the simple panels. They kind of bug me. Use a lot of the sweet olives, or yeah, you use them a lot too, Candy. Yeah, I use those a lot in Athalia. I've yet to create like a winter island in any of my islands. I have a spring island, I have a fall island, and I have another spring island. I have like all spring and fall islands, nothing with snow in it. Oh, and hi Ada Reddy, welcome in. And good night, Lenore. It was so nice having you here. I hope you have a wonderful evening, and thank you so much for the resub with your new Apples badge, and good luck on your latest or more upcoming play, like whatever play you have coming up. I hope it goes really well. Oh, you reset recently, Therapy? Oh, interesting. Do you remember all the visits I took to your island back at the beginning of the game, Therapy? Remember that Avonlea town you had? It was called Avonlea, which I think is a reference to Anne of Green Gables. Oh, I look forward to it. Thank you again, and good night. Alright, I'm gonna go check to see if I have azaleas in my side island. Oh, a lot of the azaleas in the side island are pretty picked through, which is definitely fair enough. Y'all are free to take those. So, I might go ahead and end here so that I can replenish and maybe get a feel for what I want to do here on the top. But I'm really glad that we made some nice progress on this area today and met our goal for the charity campaign and had some nice cozy chats. And as far as up here goes, I was thinking of having like Diana's house. Diana's house is a very like classic elegant core house, and I think it would be a charming thing to like see as you walk up those inclines and enter into Citalune. Like, you walk through the castle gates and you walk through like yards of gardens and elegant statues and columns, and then finally you get to the part where it's habited and there's like actual villagers living there. And I think like something like this would be a nice house to have at the top of the incline when you get there. And then some of these other houses are going to be used in my Moon City build, like the ones that look like cones in particular. So yeah, maybe we'll get to that next time, and I'll try to prepare like my next standalone build as well. Thank you all so much for watching and being here, and the next possible stream could be Thursday or it could be Friday. I plan on streaming either Thursday or Friday and then Saturday. So feel free to stay in touch via Discord. I tend to announce like whether I'll stream on Discord the most, because I don't like to spam my Twitter with like, you know, every little thing that I do via stream scheduling. So feel free to join the Discord for the most up-to-date infos. And here's a link for my socials as well if you want to check out the Instagram and Twitter where I post like aesthetic Animal Crossing pictures. Good night, Danny, and good night, Shy, and Kenji, and Venus. Thank you all so much for being here and for the support and all the chats and the company. You're thinking of doing a Mushcore island on your main island, Danny? Oh, that would be gorgeous. I think a lot of your decorating, Danny. I really want to like tour one of your islands sometimes. You're really, really talented, Danny. So I'm sure whatever you do will be amazing. Maybe if you do like a mush theme, you can do like the Mario mushrooms as well. Yeah, thank you all so much, and I'll see you all next time, and hope I can make some progress on my patterns tomorrow. It looks like Dusty's in a cute pose. Shall we say goodbye with Dusty for a moment? Aww, do you see that like little hint of an eye open? She's just got that eye sliver open. Looks like she's ready to have her belly rubbed. Good night, everyone. Good night, Kelly, and Invisible Man, and Jules, and Therapy. Bye. Much love.